Alright. Think that's set up. Let's do some fun. Let's do fun things. Oops. No, we don't need to run bad cards. Just to run bad cards. We run good cards to play good cards. Now where's the memory one? Memory. Do I run more than 2 of this? Because there's this one. Add 1 yellow tamer and plug-in. Then there's this one. If we have a Rika, we get a gain a memory. There's this one, which also allows us to gain a memory. I think the deck came with... What did the deck come with? I think it was BT17 on play. Yeah, this is just another searcher. So we run 4 of the searcher, 4 of the memory gain / other searcher, and then 2 of this one. Then we run this one, and then we need the other QB. So that's this QB. Or was it BT19 QB? If we don't have a Rika in play, we get to play a Rika. Oh, they're basically exactly the same thing. Okay, so we might as well just play the BT19 one. Oopsies, wrong one then. Immediately got power crept literally the next time it saw an update. Hilarious. There is an argument for this. Like, maybe drop you down by 1 and play like a single copy or 2 copies of this. Like, there's an argument. So we have our full Digimon lineup, right? 10, 9, 6, 6. So now we just need our options. So we need 4 of the good one, 4 of the other good one, 1 of the one that we can only run 1 of. Oh yeah, we don't even need this because this is doing the same thing. Literally the same thing. And there's no reason to stack build. Then... delay in yellow. Yeah, this is probably an okay starting spot. I'll probably like do some refinement, but I think this is fine because like I could probably trim down on my ratios a little bit, so like I could lose um I could ditch probably one of you to add an option or something back in, or just for consistency sake, maybe find the Sakuya X, so up the Sakuya X count, because I'm technically running then 4 megas and then a pseudo 7. So that's probably good enough. Alright, let's test it. Let's test and find out. Oh, I gotta see what server I'm even on. Because I keep flip-flopping because sometimes certain servers are more busy than others. And by busy, I mean I just can't get a game on them. So I'm very clearly connecting. It's just taking a hot minute. Let's see what server I'm actually on. Server Brazil. Let's try US. Maybe there's US people that want to play with me today. Or maybe I just broke it. There's a good chance I broke it. I probably broke it. Let's load it up again. So I thought about doing a end of the year video and just talking about like just how Digimon was in 2025. And I don't think it's a bad idea. This hand is just all gas. Do I put the barrier in just for the safety? Or do I hold this back and then just use a memory gen in here? I think I just use the memory gen because I do have 2 searchers. It's Digimon searching, which is the worst part. I think this matchup is fine for us. Because, like, I could just kill them and they don't have any responses unless they have options. Ooh, the Rika's a really good pickup here. But let's start with some searching. Okay, found that. I'm gonna save the Rika in case I find like the proper 4, then I could use that. Sucks that I missed out on one high-speed plugin already, but not the end of the world. Yeah, because if I see a plugin in my trash, then I could just use this to grab it back. Ooh, the choices. I think I have to take this Sakuya just because I know I can see another QB later. But I'm glad I got the high-speed plugin. But anyway, like I was saying, I was thinking about doing the end of the year video, but I almost would just rather have someone to talk about it with, so maybe I might save that for a podcast episode instead. Just because I feel like that would be a little bit more appropriate. Because there's a lot of different angles that I could take that type of a video in. A lot. Well, immediately punished for not taking the proper the level 4. Immediately punished. Because there was a lot of things that happened this year. Like, from the pen and paper outlook, it seemed like the Digimon IP was just absolutely booming. It was bustling. They were doing a lot with it. And I think, like, there was just a lot of activity, but not all of the activity is as good as we would like to think it was. I know that sounds really kind of like negative and pessimistic. But like stopping and thinking about everything and like how the year played out, the like there was just a lot of cool stuff that happened. Like the anime happening was pretty cool. The manga or not manga, Liberator continuation was pretty cool. There's the proper Tau. So now I'm literally just waiting on the level 4 to OTK the opponent. Although, am I don't think I'm dead here. They don't have anything that has rush. So I definitely don't think I'm dead here. But like looking at everything that happened, we obviously, I guess technically at the start of 2025, we had what? Was EX8 the first set that came out this year? I don't remember. I'll have to do research on that. But it feels like EX8 was the first set, and that was a huge point of power creep. Granted, we were in between 2.0, we were in between stuff. Yeah, I got real punished by not taking the level 4. I mean, statistically, I was likely to see more level 4s than I was level 6s. So, in my defense, the level 6 was the correct call mathematically, but whatever. No, so like looking at 2025, I think yeah, it was EX8 that happened at least towards the beginning of the year. And EX8 was a huge point of power creep because that introduced a lot of the Gallant X stuff that was proven to be broken throughout the entire year. So, Gallantmon, really because of that set, was like borderline not really put on the map, but he definitely was doing a lot and proceeded to be a problem throughout the entire year that was barely ever addressed. And the only time it was really addressed was because of BT21. And that was because he got more support in BT21. Then, if we look at... Oh, God, why? I'm not even going to attempt to play that. No rookie in hand sucks. Then... BT21 introduced more cards, which gave us the Growl Loop, because it started interacting more with on-delete stuff. And I feel like part of the big thing that kept purple in check for the most part was literally blue, because blue was one of the only colors in the entire game that doesn't delete Digimon when it comes to their removal. So with blue getting weaker and weaker by the set, it just let purple and red be incredibly prominent, because that deletion is the worst form of removal. It is better to not delete the Digimon, because if it has an on-delete effect, then it's able to get it. But we came to a power point, like a power threshold, where we're triggering the on-delete abilities ourselves. Like, we no longer need to sit there and wait for the opponent to do that when it's an effect that we want to gain. And I think, like, that was a big thing that we saw, obviously, with the start of Purple Hybrids, is that's what they were doing. I don't think any deck was reasonably able to trigger their own on-deletes themselves. I think the majority of the decks still needed some output from the opponent to do that themselves, or like stray hits in security. So I think like that was definitely a point of contention, was the ability to do so much more. So we're obviously... I wish I could take both of them. But, as previously learned, it definitely needs to be the QB. Even though I think the Tau might be the correct answer, because I'm passing up on 2 Taus. But I think like this year was definitely a huge power creep year, even though the majority of the sets weren't really power creeping. Because you look at BT21 as a set, like in a vacuum, and it didn't really introduce anything like super power creepy. Then you look at BT22 in a vacuum, and again, it really wasn't doing anything power creepy. You look at EX9, and you look at EX10, and EX10 literally just had Magnetic. That was the only thing doing something. And it wasn't really until BT23 until we got like actual like real big power creep. What is this? Oh, absolute nonsense. Okay. I guess I could just check. I don't know if he has a way to retrieve that. We need offense plugin. So I still have 2 searching Renamons, so we're good. Sure. I don't think this suspending matters. Yeah, that suspending literally doesn't matter. That's reveal 4. This is reveal 3. I already have all the plugins I need in my hand, so I just need to search deeper faster. There's the 5. All right. Now I just need to find the X, and I'm pretty much good to OTK. I mean, I think maybe I might be good to OTK anyway. Especially if I get this check-in. Because if there's no defense... I guess technically, like, a queen device could just kind of screw me up a little bit. Or, like, an option out of security. Is this the draw one? This is the draw. So I do have a pretty good opportunity to be able to get everything I need anyway. But yeah, so, like, the only, like, really big point of power creep that I could, like, reasonably point to this year was BT23 in terms of all of the, the block 5 cards. So, like, it wasn't that bad of a year when it comes to power creep. It's just the amount of power creep that we do get is so large that it borderline shapes and warps the foundation, like literally the foundation of the entire game every single time we see a large jump in power creep. Like, a small jump in power creep is like no big deal. It's barely even noticeable at this point. It's just like, oh, I was able to OTK or do like this insane combo maybe 0.5 turns sooner. So it's like the digital gate open thing. It's just like, that's not really a huge point to power creep. Am I able to just wombo combo here? So I move out. I use Digivolution plugin S. Digivolve into Cubimon. Cubimon plays out a Rika. Rika searches. Use Rika, gain a memory back. I'm just trying to think how I navigate this turn. And ensure that I have enough memory. I guess maybe I don't Digivolution. If I don't Digivolution plug in, then I'm waiting one more turn for one more memory. So, like, this forces me to Digivolution plug in here, which is really bad. I mean, he really doesn't have anything set up. So right now, the most that he can do off of like 1 or 2 memory is 1 check, or like just reduce the rest of my security. So I don't really have a reason to commit to anything right now. So maybe just to make my next turn easier, I do just Digivolve into this and choke him to 1. I think that's the play. Hey Juggernaut, Happy New Year to you too. I'm just trying to sit here and reflect on what 2025 for Digimon kind of meant. Because, like, 2025 as a year for me was actually pretty rough. Like, it was incredibly rough. So, like, the year started off in a pretty bad spot because my, not getting, like, super into personal stuff. My roommate ended up breaking up with his girlfriend and losing his job, and then he had to get a new job. Then that was within the first 3 months, and then the next 3 months was me losing my job and spending the next couple of months finding a new job. Meanwhile, I was getting really tired of competitive Digimon and content creation, so I took a step back from that this year, which was really difficult. Then I managed to find a new job, and then my dog dies, and that kind of brings us here. So, like, there was just a lot of change going on in 2025 for me personally. This isn't able to act, right? I guess he could get rid of this. Like, he gave me a physical training. I wasn't even paying attention. Like, I don't even need to pay attention to these games. This is just me playing solitaire when it comes to my turn. But yeah, so 2025 for me personally this year was incredibly rough. And from the macro game perspective, I don't necessarily think the game got any better. Like, honestly, I think the game year over year keeps getting worse and worse in terms of the power progression that the game has taken. And what I mean by worse isn't like, oh, the game isn't fun. It's the game is getting more powerful, therefore it's forcing more interactions quicker, and the faster things go, the crazier it gets, and the crazier it gets, the less interactive it actually gets. Because there's more things that need to be done in order to complete your turn. So, like, I'm just about to walk all over my opponent, assuming he doesn't have an ace. Yeah, I do need to save this 1 memory here. Then it's its when attacking ability. I can use a plugin trait for free. Okay. And then that lets me Digivolve mid-attack if my math is correct. I'll just complete this combo and then try to finish my thoughts. Hey, 322. Sorry to call you by a number. I'm just trying to concentrate on actually finishing this turn, because I should be winning this turn. Look at that. Use an option. So as long as there's nothing stupid coming out of their security, I should be winning the game right here. Oh, I guess technically to OTK, I need to trash a security of my own. I guess that's a stipulation that I keep forgetting about. Yeah, I think the window for them being able to do anything is pretty much closed. So, like, I can survive through de-digivolve. I can survive through losing one of my Digimon. I can survive through a potential ace. I just... This combo is just so strong for where my board state currently is that it just reasonably does not matter anymore what my opponent does or has had. All right, cool. We managed to OTK. That's what the deck is supposed to do. But yeah, so I think the overall power progression of Digimon has been a little on the out of control side, because like it's getting to the point where we're basically just Yu-Gi-Oh! Light. So the type of gameplay that I just it showed off and showcased through this OTK deck is kind of just the norm and minimum standard that a lot of like normal decks in Digimon have to do in order to kind of be competitively viable. We could keep this hand. It's got a whole bunch of search power, so it's fine. It's not ideal, but looking sharp today. Yeah, so when I stream I use the little dude. When I do videos I do big dude. That's kind of just what I'm kind of leaning towards. We're going to take the QB because we need a QB. Because this doesn't let me unsuspend. So this is pretty much useless for the most part, right? This just turbos me. So, like, if I was building a stack on the field, then this is really good. But otherwise, this is kind of just a mediocre card for where the OTK is. So we're just going to continue to search for combo pieces. All Renamons. So I probably need to take this one because I still need to find my options. Because, like, if I find a spare QB, then I'm in a really good spot. Because then I could, like, hard play a Renamon and then Digivolve up into this Tau. And, like, then maybe do some other stuff. We're both pretty much OTK decks, so we're not really trying to engage with each other at all. And I feel like this is like the big qualm with Digimon as a whole is like, I reasonably don't care about anything they're doing because they shouldn't care about anything that I'm doing. There's very few decks in the game that actually do want like interaction, and one of them is named Royal Knights. And Royal Knights is so incredibly obnoxious because it basically is like the whole telegraphed mirror force thing, where it's just like, oh, you reasonably can't aggress because you have no way to actually meaningfully engage or try to counteract what I'm doing. Which I guess is like, yeah, that's the catch-22 of the situation, where it's just like you do just hose on every single deck because you have Omecamon into Omnimon X as like an instant Hail Mary play. And I think that's incredibly, like, I don't mind that type of defense, but I think, like, the way Digimon has progressed, it needed to be that extreme. Otherwise, the control decks would look exactly like, what's its face? Demon Lords. Where it's like, oh yeah, it's Demon Lords, it's Mother, CS Mother. Where it's just like, I just happen to play blockers, but as we're seeing right now, blockers are still mattering less and less. But I also do think it's incredibly messed up that playing high-level Digimon, even though they do technically go away at the end of the turn or at the beginning of the turn, that's still really dangerous because, again, the more powerful things get, the more we're able to utilize those cards in ways that Bandai hasn't necessarily intended. So, like, that's why I think 2025 for Digimon, while it was a very big Digimon year, I don't necessarily think it was all positives. I think there's a lot to learn from this year, and I really hope going into 2026, they're able to actually implement some of the stuff that they learned. So I'm, just missing, the good Tau. I was not paying attention to anything that they're searching, that they were searching for, so I have no idea how close they actually are to finding what they need. But I'm doing this to play a Rika, so Rika can search for the good Tau. Cool. And I got the other plugin that I need. So I am pretty much good to OTK next turn. Yeah, I believe I'm pretty much good to OTK next turn. So if that's the case, they're going to have 3 memory regardless, but I do just need to Digivolve down here. Like, I think when moving is also going to be, like... When moving is a subtle form of power creep that I think is a little bit larger than what people are going to anticipate. Yeah, it is just move down here. I'm not even going to bother attacking because that could potentially give them a resource that I don't want them to have. So, like, that's where the game kind of is, where it's just like, it's better in this instance, an attack would normally be safe. And I'd be like, yeah, I could reasonably make this attack. But why would I? Because it's better to not engage with the opponent because of how the security and the resources of the game work. Because if I hit like a tamer or something, or if I hit like just any stray thing that could negatively impact my game plan or accelerate theirs, is something that I would just rather not deal with. So to not deal with it, it's just functionally better to just not engage. Like, I don't care about losing that body. Mathematically, I already know how to hit all my security checks. I do have barrier because of this Cubimon. Technically, I have barrier here, too. We'll just take the... Oh, I already have a backup of pretty much everything except for a level 6, so sure, we'll just take the level 6. It really doesn't matter here. Because we should basically win the game on the spot. So now we can use this. Digivolve for 1. It's interesting that they're trying to play Omnimon this way. I think this is incorrect. Like, just functionally incorrect. Sure. Well, I guess we could kill a Gabu. Actually, no, we would rather do this. I don't care about the Gabus. Who am I kidding? So we're going to use the high-speed plugin. Does she suspend? She really doesn't suspend. So it just functionally doesn't matter. We get a gain of memory. Gain of memory. Gain of memory. I think the 5 ace just vanished. Nowadays, level 4s are so easy to get rid of. But nowadays, level 4s are also a huge point of power. Like, the amount of power they put into level 4s now is, like, absolutely absurd. Minus 6k. Use a plugin. Sure. I guess I don't know what they're trying to do. Like, they're trying to mix pure CS with CS Omni, and that kind of just doesn't work, right? Like, I feel like it just takes too long. Now we can Digivolve for 1. Spawn the token. Swing. Use the effects. Play out another security attack plus. So this way we don't even need the token to just straight up kill the opponent. And swing for a game. Yeah. I don't know what they were trying to do, but that's a prime example of, like, if I started swinging earlier into their security, I could have given them the tamers that popped out that would have accelerated their game plan. So to decelerate their game plan, it was better to not engage with the opponent at all and just basically play towards my own setup. And, like, you could say, sure, that's just how OTK decks play, but, like, a lot of the highly competitive, viable stack-based decks are OTK decks. Even, like, you could even take that philosophy and mentality towards a lot of other, like, aggressive decks, where if they're able to maybe do, like, one preemptive chip shot, they'll just find a way to have as much aggro to basically just OTK from whatever point that they were looking at. So it's just like, you look at Purple Hybrids, just as an example. they could spit out 4 damage real quickly. They could spit out 5 damage really quickly. So, like, Hoodymon does the same type of thing. Like, they could just absolute dump out damage. So it's like being at 4 security is a very dangerous place to be at. But yeah, so like I think I'm not saying Purple Hybrids was the thing from the beginning of the year that really created this power dynamic, because Purple Hybrids wasn't. It was funny. Purple Hybrids really wasn't like killing the opponent when they had 4 security very often. They had their annoying loop, and that was basically it, but the loop didn't have rush or anything. It really wasn't until Arrestedgermon's superior mode from BT21 that gave them like free extra damage. And then the promo Gallantmon also helped push the overall aggression of Purple Hybrids. So it made Purple Hybrids like a very hyper aggressive deck that was able to deal more damage faster. And like I think it's so hard to pinpoint where things started to go wrong. I mean, I could take it all the way back to where I personally think where it went wrong. But I think like in 2020, oh, they just set up. Okay. I wish I had Tamers. What's up?
Are you recording or just
Streaming. Strems.
Oh, I'm gonna let you know. I will be making a trip to Costco before that, but I don't have to leave for my party. It's like an hour away or whatever. Till about 7.
Okay.
So just a heads up, and if Matt's coming over and maybe playing Chinese Fire Drill and having Matt park in front of me or something. If he does come over. But if it's just you and Matt, I would imagine he just wants it to be at his house.
Well, that's why I need to know what my brothers are doing.
Are they still dicking around?
Well, of course.
What else would they be doing?
Right. So I think they're just waiting on my mom, who's at work until like 3 or something. So I won't know until they know, and they won't know until they talk to parents. Because Kyle doesn't know what he's doing, because basically my parents just, they don't want to engage with my brothers at all. They're just like, here, we'll pawn them off on you. And I'm just like, I get it, but I'm kind of sick and tired of that.
They're all adults.
Yes. But they were just like, oh, but they're going to be so lonely. And I'm just like, I could care 2 shits. I really could. I do it out of the kindness for you guys. I do not give any fucks otherwise.
I mean, it's a two-way street. If they want to do something, they're adults. I know Kevin's kind of more like a Josh situation, but I feel like he's capable enough to make his own decisions. You think?
Yeah, so, because I don't fucking know with them.
I'm sorry. That's frustrating.
It always is, because they never think things through, ever. It's just like, oh, we don't know until we know, and we'll know at the very last moment. Yes. Because I would have had today more properly planned. Like, as far as when I'm able to stream, how long I'm able to stream for, and when we're going to be meeting, what we're going to be eating, what I need to prepare for. Like, these are all stuff that I just want to have already had done out of my brain. Okay. Sounds like whoever you're talking to is just like me. He's my roommate. Dude, mic's on? I know. Well, of course, you're so loud. Do you understand how loud you are, sir?
I'm very aware. I have been yelled at my entire day life, so yes, I'm very aware. Alright. See you later.
Alright. Alright, so they haven't dealt any damage to me yet. I do kind of just need to get this off my field. Because I'm most likely just going to be setting up Rikas just to continue trying to search because I'm nowhere near set up. I mean, I love my family to pieces, but they could be really annoying sometimes. But that's most family. So, hopefully... Maybe I should have just... Because now he's able to, what, OTK me from here? And I'm 2 cards? No, I'm 1 card off. Yeah, everyone has bad family members that can't plan things. I mean, it's just the holidays. It's just par for the course. Nobody knows what the hell is going on. Does he have Security Tech Plus? He does not. Okay, so he won't be able to just flat out OTK me. Unless he builds, like, a whole new stack using this card or whatever. But now I have 6 security to fight through, so I do need a second offense plugin. Ooh, that could help. It's not exactly the offense plugin I need. But I do have Searcher QB. And I could stunlock his Digimon. So I might not be able to OTK unless I get second offense plugin. But yeah, I mean, that's the holidays. As far as what I'm going to be making for dinner, so most likely what's going to happen, just thinking out loud, I'm going to have them come over here. I'm going to end up cooking. And I need to cook for 5 people now. 1, 2, so me, 2 brothers, roommate, friend. So, yeah, I would need to cook for 5 people. So, that means I'll probably have to go buy maybe 2-3 pounds of meat. And what I'm making is most likely going to be something called hayashi rice. If anyone is familiar with, like, Japanese cuisine. Hayashi rice is basically your choice of meat made with onions and mushroom in a brown gravy that kind of has like the consistency of Japanese curry. So I'm going to have to move out and do something this turn. Otherwise, I think I die. But that's fine because I have a lot of free things that I can do. And then this QB lets me search. We'll just take a Renamon. I probably should have just took the Rika. Because can I operate off of 0 memory is the question. Sounds godlike. You need to eat lunch. I mean, yeah, feel free and eat lunch. I'm still recovering from being sick, so I have to watch what I'm eating. Because for whatever reason, I decided to like magically get sick over the weekend, and it sucked. Oh, this is searching plugin and trait, isn't it? Yeah, so it can't even grab me the offense plugin I need to win the game. That's unfortunate. Yeah, so I'm going to have to do it this way. This is the awkward way. Then we swing with this card? Yeah. Oh, I just realized I don't have a base. I don't have a base level 6. Yeah, I didn't have the base level 6. That's unfortunate. All right. Bandai knows a bunch of levels. Yeah, so like they stopped printing level 5 aces because like people have probably already pointed out where it's just like level 4s just don't stick on the field. Like, and that's why low level floodgates sometimes just don't work very often, is because low level removal is so piss easy that like these cards are no longer of any impact. Which is why the only real floodgates that do see play are the level 6 floodgates, which are temporary floodgates, but usually because of how high-powered the game is, just look at Imperial for this example, you only need the floodgate once in order to be meaningful enough to do everything you needed it to do. So, like, oh, again, in Imperial's case, I'm going to deal 3 damage and then end off in a floodgate so that way it prevents my opponent from reasonably playing the game. And because of that, dealing the next 2 to 3 damage is not going to be very hard because none of my cards are reasonably costing anything because it was already this easy and effective to get up into that state to begin with. Which is exactly what Galaxy was doing. It's exactly technically what Mirage was doing. Like, a lot of decks were doing it. We're going to take the Rika because we need to dig really hard. I think we do just take this Renamon. Because depending on how the memory turns out next turn, I might just hard play this Renamon. And then if I find another QB, I could just Digivolve it into the QB, assuming it sticks. Yeah, now they're doing app things. So they're another OTK deck. Or like if they built apps the way that I've built and played apps, like Gaiamon is 100% a very powerful new OTK deck. Is it the greatest OTK deck? No. But it's a very strong one. What? I mean, I guess that's a choice. All right, we found the Tau. And we're actually going to be taking offense plugin over high speed plugin because high speed plugin has more cards that can search for it. Even though technically I should have grabbed the high speed plugin because the high speed plugin is the card that enables my free evolution to begin with. So like I could have dealt with the lack of damage, but ideally you want both. Hey Empire, sorry late. You see testing everyone's favorite Fox Shrine Maiden? Yeah. I mean, I don't care if this dies. I'm just trying... Oh, he had a Haru out, so he was going to go to... So I should have physical training first, so that was a misplay. I forgot that he was going to go to 3 anyway. Why is he just throwing away his links like that? That's very scarily aggressive. Digivolve into a globe. Wow. This guy is just going absolute all kinds of crazy. Like, it felt like he had the combo. I don't know why he just, like, was pissing it away. So, I guess I'll Rika before physical training. We're gonna take the good QB. And I'm not actually going to physical training. I'm just gonna Digivolve into the good QB here. Okay, so we found the high-speed plugin. Yeah, I think they should have made all the new searchers do plugin and name or trait. Or plugin, I guess plugin and text. Like, an option with plugin and text might have been better. It definitely is very silly. I will say that. It's incredibly silly. But, like, that's... So, I want to make a video on this, and I feel like Bandai is slowly learning how they actually can balance their game. They're slowly learning it. And I think imposing more archetypical design is what is going to narrow the gap in terms of, like, they're still obviously going to break the game. Hoodie is a very clear example of that, but because Hoodie has a hard time interacting with everything outside of her own stuff, or I guess the incredibly way too wide CS trait, it makes it easier to balance for when it comes to banning and restricting cards. Technically, you could say it might make the same argument for balancing for the archetype in general, but I feel like whenever Bandai goes too broad or wide with some of their stuff, then it just always falls apart on its face. So I think we should be in a position where we're okay to OTK, right? We have our 5, we have our 6, we have our 6.5, we have the 2 options. Yeah, so we should just be able to OTK from here. I really wish I could have grabbed that, but we're just going to grab the backup Renamon. The plugin would have been so nice. So now we just do our combo. Yeah, this is the good one. All right. So now we get to gain 3 memory for Digivolving for 1. Totally seems fair and legit. And then we even get a free Evo out of this. We'll go into the draw 2, just because that's the better of the 2. And then we get to use the offense plugin. Create the Pipe Fox, deal 2 damage. That is... I mean, it doesn't really matter at this point. I'm just going to OTK them. So, while it would be unfortunate, it would have been unfortunate if I hit that card actually sooner, which is why you don't engage with the opponent. Trash of Security? I would love to. Yeah, they already know what's going to be coming. Like, it's not rocket science to know that they just got. It's almost like Rika is good at the card game she's supposed to be good at, right? Like, I feel like the number one thing that always impresses me is how well Bandai's able to put lore to cards, because there's certain other card games that do like, oh, I have a deep amount of lore that's just nowhere to be seen on cards. Like, you look at One Piece and their lore to cards is art. That's it. It's the laziest, most basic form, but you could remove the art and name of the card, replace it with something else, and nobody would even question it. It's just like, oh, why does this Luffy have Rush? Is there a lore reason why this Luffy specifically has Rush? No, he's just a red card that has Rush. Okay. This could be literally any red card that has Rush. But, like, Digimon more specifically has a lot of really good theming and flavor behind how the Digimon act and what the card is actually doing. Whether that's good for balancing or whatnot is to be determined, but like they do a fantastic job at pairing up actual lore to the card game. And I feel like that's the thing that they've been consistently good at throughout the 5-6 years that the card game has been around. Consistently good at. Again, balance is a completely different question, because I do feel like they do have an idea of how to properly design and balance their cards, because obviously this year we haven't really seen that many huge power spikes. Most of the time there's usually one huge power spike per year, and I think it was 2 years ago with BT14. That block had 2 power spikes, technically 3. So, like, that block was just incredibly fucked up. But I feel like this year they did a pretty okay job with the only huge noticeable power creep being BT23. I think BT... And, like, so the interesting thing is Digimon is at a point where power does not sell. Like, that's something I actually wanted to, like, maybe consider making its own separate video, is power in Digimon no longer sells. Because if power sold, then why are BT23 boxes under $50? When Hoodie is the best deck and some of the best upgrades to some of the current best decks are in BT23, why is it one of the worst selling sets of the year? I don't know. I would normally think that power is one of the big factors into how well a set is going to sell, is proportionally how powerful it is. But obviously, with Digimon as an IP, I feel like resonance with players sells way more than power. So that brought me to thinking about, why does Bandai even care about power creep if power doesn't sell? Like, if Hoodie is such an unpopular and undesirable Digimon, but one of the strongest things in the entire game, that competitive players just do not functionally want to play it, why do we need to push the power level so far and so often? Can you show me the list? Yeah. It's almost the exact same list as what I covered in my Sakuyamon video. This is my iteration of Sakuyamon OTK. There's technically an iteration of Sakuyamon OTK focused and doubling down on the new tech, but I find that needs more specific setups and more parts and pieces. So I just decided to cut all of that fluff and filler out, and I'm just like, nope, we're just going to be playing the good stuff. So far the worst card is probably this Tau. Like, this Tau literally has done almost nothing for me, because there's no reason to turbo. So, like, I could reasonably consider cutting it. For literally anything else, I'm almost maybe tempted on putting in more rookies and level 3s. Like, if I were to further iterate on the build. I guess, like, that's maybe why people are only playing, like, one of the Tau or something. Because, like, none of them are doing, like, this is not helping the OTK. It really is not. It's just a okay-ish card for, like, a backup stack that allows you to turbo quickly. That's the only thing it's good for. And it's not even, like, super great at turboing, because you have to have Digivolution plugin or Yellow Scramble to enable this 2 turbo. So and with me being kind of low on them, because I'm only on 2 scrambles, like, it's honestly not a super great turbo card either. But as far as the list itself, it's pretty self-explanatory for the most part. We have Searcher Renamon that also gains us 1 memory. This is easily the best Renamon in the entire deck. Then we have the other Searcher Renamon, which is just in here just to search. The security attack minus is negligible because we don't care about security attack minus, because we're just trying to win the game on the spot. And then we have the starter deck one, which has barrier, and sometimes when moving, we're allowed to retrieve something from our trash, but most of the time, because of the way these plugins work, they go to our hand anyway. So it's a little awkward there as well in terms of this Renamon. Which is why maybe I'm thinking this Cubemon's kind of bait, but the discarding extra, like, access plugins just to draw 2 isn't too bad. No Inheritable kind of sucks, but it also is able to, like, retrieve us cards if we really need to. It's just a cute one of. Then we have 3 Tamer setters. Out of the Tamer setting QBs, this is the best of them. So we might as well run that. And then we're running 4 of the additional Searcher that also has the Inheritable Barrier. Then we have the Bad Tau and the Good Tau. The Good Tau is just... This card is enabling the deck to be an OTK deck. This card is just incredibly pushed. Not having the opponent activate when digivolving effects while minus 3k DP boost is very strong. So, like, this already is just a huge anti-ace card, because the ace most likely wouldn't get a when digivolving ability, thus rendering the ace completely useless. So that's already really powerful there. And then the fact that you could just use a plugin for free, which is High Speed plugin, means that when you're attacking with this card, it's going to have jamming. Plus, with Viximon, you get a Digivolve for free. So this card just does so much. And then at the end of the attack, after you Digivolve for free into a level 6 Digimon, you sacrifice a security to unsuspend and get another attack. Which is why, because we're Digivolving mid-attack, we have to play Sukuyamons that, when Digivolve, play an option. Like, that's non-negotiable in terms of why these are the Sukuyamons that need to be played, is because it has to play an option mid-attack, so that way we can gain full value and benefit off of our cards. So... obviously, BT19 Sakuya is the best one. That's why it's limited to 1. Drawing 2, playing out a token is just absolutely insane. But at least this has barrier in case you don't have barrier in your stack. Granted, you're supposed to have jamming, so it's not like the barrier matters that much. But the minus 6,000 is just whatever. It's just there, again, when Digivolve, use an option, because the option we want to use is Offense Plugin A, so that way, mid-attack, we get 2 security checks, and then at the end of the attack, unsuspend. And then, while we're unsuspended, we're still under the effects of Offense Plugin A, so we Digivolve into a Sukuyamon X Antibody, which, compared to my video, I actually upped to 3, so that way I could try to see Sukuyamon X Antibody a little bit more consistently. Because you have to see this card in order to finish the OTK. Because you'll Digivolve for 1 into the on top of the Sukuyamon while it's unsuspended after it did the 2 checks, so that way you could swing with this card, use another option, could literally be anything, to be able to get another unsuspend. You created a token because you Digivolved on top of a Sukuyamon, and then that's going to be another 2 checks, technically 3, if you used another offense plugin. And then you just have the token or the excess swing on the Sukuyamon X Antibody just be the game finisher. It really doesn't matter how you do it, but that's kind of the whole goal of the deck in terms of how it's achieving its OTK. Because I know with the new Sukuyamon stuff, the OTK comes from, because you won't have easy access at Offense Plugin A, you kind of do almost the similar type stuff, but you have to delay when you're Digivolving for free, because you'll be alliancing with Sukuyamon Ace, which is a liability in of itself. And then from the alliance, you're supposed to Digivolve mid-attack into Sukuyamon X, so Sukuyamon X is attacking with 2 security. That's kind of like the idea. I don't like it personally. I think it's like way too clunky, and you're running way too many possibilities for error. But like, that's kind of the idea, is you're just basically trying to replace Offense Plugin A with the ability to alliance. And again, not a huge fan of that. You've been playing the OTK version with the new Ace and using Nien Bootmon as the game finisher with Overclock. Yeah, so I was almost thinking about running like a single Nian Bootmon, um, for that similar type of reasoning. I just, again, like, from a competitive perspective, oh, it's gonna give me reboot. Let's go a yellow. From a meta perspective, it's just literally gonna, oh, there's Nian Boot. Okay, so from a competitive perspective, you want, like, the goal is to OTK. That is the end desirable result. The big question that you have to ask yourself is, which of the two ways is more efficient? Is it more efficient to use a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or no, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 7 versus 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? So you're already removing one card out of the equation by not using the ace, because the ace also slows down your build and requires more parts and pieces. So requiring more while having the same level of output means that you're going to have less consistency. Because the big thing is, if Nian Bootmon is going to be how you're winning the game because you don't have that extra attack to do whatever you want as readily available, then and this card's not searchable in the deck outside of physical training, it becomes significantly harder to use. So, like, I would put this maybe as, like, a tech one of. So maybe I actually would take out, like, a Tau, a bad Tau, to put this in. So that way, if I do have the off chance that this card does come up, then I just have more damage output for no real deck building restriction. Like, I'm not saying the other variant is bad, using the ace. I just think not using the ace is better, because I personally view aces as a liability, and it's harder for me to use these cards to reach the same output as if I were to just use offense plugin and high speed. Like, and the only real sacrifice to the deck is the fact that I don't have the ability off of, like, what? This Cubimon to grab offense plugin, and this Tau can't use offense plugin. Like, that's just me personally. You literally can win turn 2 by hard playing ace. You can literally win turn 2 by hard playing ace turn 1 and use Mandela. If the deck is deep, like, there's ways to get around it. There's definitely ways to get around it. Would it be annoying? Sure. But is it impossible? No. Because I think, like, the overall damage output of Sakuya in that situation wouldn't necessarily be super high to kind of just win on the spot, because you'd create the token, you'd give them 6 memory so they'd be able to get their setup going, and then you kind of just have to win. So you'll do 2 checks with the token, spawn what, another token? How does the new Sakuya work? Like, I've played against it and I've beat Mandela. Like, Mandela's a great card, don't get me wrong, but I don't think this is the end all be all. Okay, so it is when attacking, so you can create another token. So, like, you hard play this, then you Mandela into security, create the token, You'll swing, alliance, create another token, 2 checks, 3rd check with the token, digivolve, digivolve into Nian Boot, sacrifice 1 token, deal a 4th check. Like, I'm not disregarding this card and this iteration of the deck. It's just, me personally, this fits my playstyle. It's a little bit more cut and dry, so to speak. Like, I'm the type of player who just wants to get to the point. Oh, and one more in raising. So, yeah, you could deal the 5 checks by your 3rd turn by having the proper setup. Yeah, you need Sakuya X. That's still asking for a lot. We're mulliganing this. Oh, this hand is bad. Yeah, so you need rookie setup, Ace, Mandela, and Sakuya X. That's a lot to ask for a very specific setup. This is not good. Find a rookie. Found a rookie. It's not the rookie we wanted, but it's the rookie we got. Yeah, I just think this version is more cut and dry. It leaves less room for, I guess, technical errors. And it just has a more consistent output in terms of desirable outcomes. Oh, good. Ayo, I'm able to take the physical. This Renamon's so cracked in terms of search power. This Renamon's so good. The Inheritable sucks, but you don't care about that. Yeah, so now next turn, I could, like, Digivolve into a QB and maybe set up a physical training to continue to search. Or I could, like, Digivolve into QB, because I'm still missing some pieces. I'm missing, what, the base level 6 and the blue plugin. Oh, so they're playing the bad version. Okay. Or, like, not the bad version, the other variant. This kind of sucks for me. Yeah, there's your Nian Bootmon variant. I don't have a Rika. So let's go ahead and Digivolve here to search. I think I have to grab a Rika. And then, just to try to memory choke, we're going to physical. It really doesn't matter which of these we're taking. At least it wasn't the plugin. Like, bottom decking the plugin there would have been pretty bad. We straight shaking our Oyamon. So you need, yeah. I'm just trying to go through some of chat to see if there's anything I missed. I understand a lot. I hate using aces because 90% of the time they're worthless. Yeah, so like using Sakuyamon ace not as a ace feels kind of awkward to me. Like, what is the point of this card being an ace? And then if you hit, like, from a meta perspective, if you hit the de-digivolve option out of security, when you're doing, like, your big Unga Bunga turn because you digivolved, then you actually could just accidentally hard lose to yourself. So, like, you're making yourself a little bit weaker to those types of cards that are currently being played in the environment. Oh, I don't care about this. Oh, are they gonna Unga Bunga me here? Interesting. I'm shocked. I thought for sure that they would have done the ace. Oh, they're using Tau Ace. What? Oh, are they just going to try to Turbo Nien Bootmon? No. This doesn't matter. Like, the Digimon on my field does not matter. And the Digimon on their field does not matter. Oh, well, there goes my Nien Bootmon. Like, if they don't have the damage output to just straight up kill me, like, I don't think anything that they're doing is, like, particularly relevant. So I have two options. I could either physical training or I could just Digivolve. I think Digivolving is just the correct play. So now because of the Mandela, the Amethyst Mandela, I do need to find another offense plugin or figure out a way to squeeze in an extra damage. And then they get a gain 2 memory back from here. So I might actually be in a pretty spooky spot if I'm not able to find everything really quickly. Because I think I'm also missing a base Sakuyamon. Yeah, I'm missing a base Sakuyamon. I'm missing the other plugin as well. I mean, they could easily just give it to me out of security, the plugin. Which is why them not killing me here is very important. Like, if they're not able to kill me here, then they are just putting themselves in a theoretical worse position. Oh, not... Oh, yeah, this doesn't have the effect to Digivolve, so this will suspend an alliance. Okay, so they gave me that. So they gave me one of the cards that I need, so all I need to do is see another offense plugin and a base Sakuyamon, and I'm basically fine. Like, I think in this position, just because they were able to outspeed me because of my awkward start, I'm in a losing spot. The new main mode is really good tactic with Mandela, unless you could play around her or de-Digivolve her. Yeah, I mean, most decks that I personally play have de-Digivolve, just because I know how broken de-Digivolve as a mechanic is. Board control is worthless, either OTK or don't do anything. I guess control, mid-range, and aggro aren't worth pursuing in Digimon. Not entirely. I think control has to look very specific. I kind of hope they hit a red plugin out of my security. That would be hilarious. Control basically has to look like Omnimon, or not Omnimon. Yeah, Omnimon Alter, or not Alter S. Omnimon X Antibody. That's what control has to look like in Digimon, is Omeka Omnimon X. when it comes to aggro, it has to look like Hoodie and it has to look like Purple Hybrids. How is this able to unsuspend? And then do they have Neon Boot? Yeah, I think this is just too much security for me to fight through now. So I found a Sakuyamon, which is exactly what I needed. It sucks that I don't have a Rika set up. Oh, I chose this one, right? Yeah. I chose the wrong one! No! Actually, it doesn't matter. Oh, wait, what? Wait, why didn't I get my option? My when attacking effect. Chat, why did I miss an effect? Hold on. So where did my turn start? So main phase, I used my physical training to Digivolve QB into Tau. Drew 1. Tau's effects. I missed that one. So I should have put that one on here. So I messed that up. So I get to use a plug. So here it is, right here. So the Tau's effect, use a option with plugin in its traits, and then they, in response, blast Digivolve. And then they created the Pipe Fox, which blocked immediately. Oh, did I need the Tamer? Yeah, I needed the Tamer. Okay. I always have the Tamer set up 90% of the time beforehand, so I'm just like, wait, why didn't it trigger? We could keep this hand. Probably gonna Digivolve here and then go into hard play Renamon. Oh, we have the bad Tau. Yeah, unfortunately, and we missed a high-speed plug-in. Otherwise, we were, like, sitting real goody. So, at least, like, next turn, I could either Digivolve into QB here or Digivolve into QB here. Because if I Digivolve into QB here, then I get some more searches. If I Digivolve into QB here, I get to set up a Rika, and then that gives me more searches. So it technically doesn't matter which QB I use. I think the correct one is to just use the Tamer setter to set up the Tamer. But double stacking on Barrier feels really bad. But I guess if the Inheritable doesn't really mean anything, it doesn't matter. Oh, are they just straight up gonna... Oh, no, this just plays their clothes. I'm like, are they just straight up gonna kill my Digimon? The answer was no. So they have Memsetter clothes set up. So I know they don't interact with Tamers. Yeah, the Inheritables don't really matter in this matchup. So we'll just do this to search. I mean, I could take the Tau as a backup Tau because I already have a whole bunch of Renamons. I personally would have rather just took the Rika, but couldn't do that. The big question is, do I swing with this? It does make the OTK easier. This is basically forfeit. If he has De-Digivolve or, like, Collision. So I think maybe I just throw it away. Even though, yes, I'm technically filling up his trash for stuff he could grab back. Rox, your beloved. Yeah, Rox is really good. So we're probably going to be taking the Sakuyamon. Because it's a Sakuyamon. Shame we didn't get any of the others, but that's fine. Because I'm 90% sure this is not going to be living. Because in their position, their best bet is to set up like a prog and just sit on prog for a hot minute. Am I going to Bandai Fest in February? No. I'm not going to even attempt the LCQ, and I don't find the current state of competitive Digimon to be fun or engaging at all. If the last wave of store regionals taught me anything, I do not want to play competitive Digimon. That last wave of 2 store regionals was the most infuriating competitive experience I've had in a very long time. All right, give me 1 second, chat. I am going to be muting myself and making a quick phone call. I do apologize. I'm not saying that other people can't enjoy Bandai Card Fest and everyone has their own personal take on the current competitive environment. That's just me. So give me 1 second. Yeah, I wasn't exactly expecting to be OTK'd that turn. But so that's an example on how and why a deck like Sakuyamon is okay, but like if you're going to play an OTK deck, there's just better OTK decks to play. And whether I had in, like, if I was the Mandela variant of the deck or whatever, probably didn't matter in that situation at all. No, we have to mulligan this. And this is an even worse hand. Alright. I'm kind of tired of playing Sakuyamon. Like, if I'm gonna be playing an OTK deck, like, I do just think, like, Rox is just fundamentally a better OTK deck. Or, like, I'm still probably better off playing Gallantmon. Or, like, I like the new Gaiamon. I don't know how fast, like, in terms of, like, the ease of setup Gaiamon is. I think Gaiamon's probably speed-wise very similar to Sakuya. It just needs a lot of extra parts and pieces because instead of the plugins, we need the extra Digimon, and it kind of seems like it's on the same spectrum. Like, when I could say Gaiamon Apps is, like, just as good as Sakuyamon at this point, like, ooh, that's rough. But yeah, no, so, competitive Digimon, it's because of this type of stuff where it's just like, cool, I just got turn 2 or turn 3 OTK'd, and that's, like, the consistent norm. It doesn't really lead to a lot of meaningful gameplay when games just end anticlimactically because the opponent just had the nuts. Like, it's not a good... Oh, oops, I kept a hand I shouldn't have. Oops. It's just not a good competitive environment. Hated meaning to have effects that resist specific effects. So Digimon's been printing a lot of can't de-digivolve lately. What do you think they'll be? What do you think will be the next go-to removal? So, like, part of the problem on where the meta currently is because, like, funny enough, I think with blue not being a prominent force, having a good bounce effect, it actually is having a negative impact on the game because more decks are able to get away with on delete effects, which we're having less ways to be able to get around. And the only other current way to get around that is de-digivolving as well. So, like, that's kind of like the little awkward loop that we're in is like we need bounce to be a more prominent mechanic in the game again. Ooh, a Haru. Honestly, ooh, I think I just hard play the tweet, draw a card, move this out, and then use this to set up the Haru. Either that or I just set up the Haru and I ignore this, right? I could just set up the Haru and ignore it. This is a tough matchup. Actually, is this really? No, this is a tough matchup because de-digivolve. Yeah, literally because of this fucker right here. It's a tough matchup. And of course, he discarded another one with a Rivals. Yeah, so I don't really have a good way of punishing this, which is the unfortunate. So we're going to take the Dugotch. We're going to swing. Card with Appmon. It's one app driver and Appmon. So I think I have to take the globe. Yeah. Like, so this is unfortunately what control decks need to be in Digimon. Where it's just like, yeah, they have like hyper oppressive bullshit like this. Where they'll have an effect where if you get rid of the Digimon for any means, then it just basically comes back stronger and has the ability to just fuck over the opponent. Like, it's almost like stacking effects. Where it's just like, damned if you do, damned if you don't type situations. So, like, this is the prime example of what a good control deck in Digimon needs to be. Not punished. All right, so I think outside of the fact that my tamer is not set up, which if I draw into a tamer, then I'm like extra golden. I should be able to theoretically OTK my opponent next turn. Because I have everything set up. I just don't have the ability to app fuse mid-attack, which is kind of important for at least the first attack. Black Sabbath? Ooh, spooky. And the longer I wait, the harder it gets. I don't know why he just hard dropped that. Yeah, but so that's an example of, like, if, let's just say, I drew into a Haru Tamer, then I would be able to pretty much OTK him, and the only defense that he would have had to be able to stop me OTKing him would have been to preemptively set up that specific turn a Lucemon. That was the only course of action that they had that would have led to them not dying, and Lucemon Chaos Mode, because there was no base Lucemon in the trash, would not have been an impactful card. So that's where it gets a little on the awkward side. Oh, two Harus. No, we mulligan. We could do better. Well, we got Tweet and Big Bang, so that's similar. So this is what, Chimeramon? Trying out the Millennium or something, if the Millennium promo's in here? Ooh, two Big Bang Punches. That's really good. So let's start off with the Big Bang Punch, just to get that draw. We'll Digivolve for the other draw. Oh my god, this hand just keeps getting worse. Okay, so we at least have this. Yeah, so I think, like, this deck... Yeah, you need to basically have, like... In order to be considered having, like, a defensive mechanic at this point, you pretty much need to have the ability for your Digimon to replace itself with another Digimon that outs the opponent's cards. Like, that's kind of the only defense that's allowed to exist inside of Digimon at this point. If your deck doesn't really do that, then you just better be killing the opponent. Or floodgating them out of the game. Because if they can't play the game, then they just can't play the game. Um, but yeah, so I think having a good blue deck that bounces Digimon is incredibly important, so that way we're not 100% reliant on de-digivolving, getting around on delete effects. I don't really have good plays, so I'm just going to Digivolve here, choke him to 1. Ooh, Haru's a okay play. Haru buys me a little bit more time. My hand is, like, really bad. Like, it's incredibly bad. I don't particularly care how big this gets. It's just dealing with the Chimera would be a bit of an annoying issue that I might be able to circumvent because of time. But it's this on delete effect, or not this one. There's some on delete effects that lets you just play out a level 4 for free is like really strong because they usually just pair that up with Monochromon and then de-digivolve. But no, so like low power Digimon is arguably the most enjoyable form of Digimon, and that's because games don't generally end anticlimactically, and there actually is some back and forth between the players, rather than one person sitting here doing nothing while the other person doing something. I don't know what they're trying to do. Fortitude? Is this Titamon? Like, is this the whole Titamon into the egg one? No, this is just Machinedramon. Okay. It's just DM version 5 Machinedramon. I mean, I guess that's a choice. DM version 2 is just fundamentally better because you get Vademon. And Vademon... So, like, Vademon would single-handedly screw up Haru, like, as an example. And then that would basically anti-tempo me. But yeah, so now it's just like, okay, this card really isn't super threatening because I just de-digivolve it away. This card's kind of annoying because it has Fortitude. But like if none of the effects here are like meaning anything, then it doesn't really matter. So I think maybe they are trying to do Millennium. So use DM5, yeah, I'll just set up the Haru just to be consistently at 3. Like, it doesn't seem like their deck has enough damage output to really be that scary. So I might as well just set up this, set up the Tamer, wait a turn. I just need to find Globe really badly. So why is Mastamon able to make rounds in Circumvent on deletion by putting them on? Yeah, so like that's why Mastamon is like doing really well, on top of the fact that Mastamon also is able to OTK and interact with the opponent's Tamers. So like Mastamon's doing some incredibly strong anti-meta things right now, which is why Mastamon is even remotely seeing any kind of play. So the Yu-Gi-Oh problem, competitive feels unspeakably awful and casual is the way to play? Yes. Digimon right now is getting to the power level where the memory system is mattering less and less because we're just doing more things for free. And it's been that way for a while, but it hasn't necessarily gotten as bad until like now. So draw a globe. Nope. So funny enough, I could still make this work. I just need this to be a globe. So this needs to see me a globe, and then I'm good. No globe. So now I just need this attack with this link to see me a globe. From hand. So we'll draw. And then we'll draw an app fuse. Nope. Okay. So, like, just explaining decks, like Hoodie is like one of the best examples of like just decks are able to get away with. Oh wait, this is not. That's not Hoodie. True Hood. Yeah, so it's like decks like Hoodie that are able to just do so much and get away with so much without having to do that much. Where it's just like the idea behind Hoodie is you have basically this level 4 Digimon, so it's already incredibly cheap and easy to use. It's going to play out a Tamer that sets up a secondary Digimon. So you swung with this Digimon, or you technically could have just Digivolved up into it. So it doesn't really matter, but you basically off of this card are playing 2 cards for free because this card's playing an additional card for free. Then you're already dealing 2 damage and setting up a DNA to then reset the Digimon. And basically all of that costed you nothing. So it's just like, okay, I'm going to set up 2 things for free, DNA for free, deal a lot of damage, de-Digivolve myself, set this up again to do it all over again. And how much memory did that cost me? Absolutely nothing. Like, it's that bad. And I think, like, it's those compounding effects that's what's, like, making Digimon not competitively feel super great. Because there's not really much the opponent can do to interact with what I'm trying to set up. Like, they just have to try to play floodgates and guess when I'm trying to do something. I could technically keep this hand. It's not the greatest hand. So, like, that's part of the big problem of what is currently plaguing Digimon is just so many things are cascading and compounding on one another that's basically costing nothing. This deck is doing a similar type thing with its OTK strat, where it's just, like, off of, like, what? 1 memory to Digivolve. You're going to Digivolve again, use 2 options for free, and deal, like, 4 damage before the opponent can even blink. No, I was like, there's an argument. I'll just do it this way. Oh, come on. I probably shouldn't have set this up because that puts this at risk. So I'm just hoping this search gets me what I want, which would be ideally another level 3. Yeah, so, like, part of the thing with, like, Hoodie and what's making it so disgusting is because it's playing similarly to Purple Hybrids, where a lot of, you have specific cards, like their primary Tamer, that basically just says, I'm going to take whatever was on the field and put it back into my hand. So I'm not committing any resources for, you know, putting stuff onto the field, which normally would then give the opponent the opportunity to interact. But now that that's being taken away, it makes things significantly harder. So, like, this card. This is the card where it kind of just ignores how things kind of just should be when it comes to committing cards onto the field. Which I think I have to take it over the Palmon. Yeah, I think I do just have to take this over the Palmon, which is unfortunate. So... So, like, you could see here already, I committed no resources to my field, and I've already, off of just this one attack, drew 1, 2, 3 cards, and this will allow me to put this back into my hand so it doesn't die to this effect. Granted, this isn't necessarily the best position for me to be in, because I don't have another rookie. So I get to put this back into my hand because it would die otherwise. And then I get to play out a Tamer for free. And then I can use this to discard, we'll just say another one and draw 2. So that was just an incredibly, like, high amount of actions for low amount of memory. Because every single card essentially is doing like 2 different things. So not only did this bounce a Digimon back into my hand, but it also let me play out another card, which I already didn't spend any memory on that transaction. So it's shifting my resources away from something that was potentially interactable to now something that's not interactable. Granted, they're an OTK deck, and they could just OTK all over me. The big question is, it does not look like they have that. Oh, they're playing, they're playing with this card. All right. It doesn't really matter. Like, I think this deck is well insulated for this. I just need to find another rookie. That's the only issue. Oh, are they... No, they're going to kill this with the option. So they're going to Digivolve, use an option for free, then Digivolve... Or they're going to swing, use the option, Digivolve for free, and then use another option for Digivolving for free. Oh, that kind of sucks. So, if I don't die this turn, it's best to hopefully maybe wait one more turn. I don't have, like, any setup, though. That's the problem. Like, aggressive decks, I had a really bad setup. Like, if I had another rookie, I would be able to put so much more pressure on because I would have the Hoodie, I would have the Mirai to set up the Chitose. If I had a DNA, then I would be able to potentially line up the DNA. So that would have been really strong. So now this kind of forces me to wait a whole turn. It's interesting that he's choosing to leave this alone. But, like, looking back at 2025 for Digimon, trying to, like, get a little bit back on topic, I don't think the majority of the sets this year were that bad. Sales-wise, they were pretty abysmal. Like, sales for Digimon were pretty bad. You had both EX9 and EX10 and BT23 all kind of just tank. Like, value just drop like a rock. You kind of had that with BT21 for a little bit. And BT22. I think BT22, because it was Cyber Sleuth themed, that basically the popularity of the characters made it a little bit more resilient. Yeah, so I pretty much lose next turn because I don't have the ability to react. If I could de-digivolve this, that would be really powerful. So I would need to try to find... There you are. Yeah, I can't suspend this, unfortunately. So I do have to use this. Yeah, that was like the best I can do. And now I'm still not in a super great spot. Yu-Gi-Oh! Had the same issue, which ironically is what the Genesis kind of exposed. Yeah. So I think like the big thing Digimon was starting to learn in 2025 was archetypes are a really good tool to help balance their game. Oh, does he have another ace? Yeah, he's got another ace. All right. Yeah, I just gave them too much resources and moved too slow because my setup and start was really bad. So like that's a prime example of like if you have a really bad start, one person's basically going to walk all over the other player. Like you both need to have very even starts to even think about having like an actual game be played. Like if one person, I mean, that's the same with like any card game. But because the speed threshold is increasing with Digimon, it becomes more strenuous on the game itself when it comes to like how good of a start do you need? So, this is a pretty awkward positioning. So, let's just, yeah, we'll get rid of this. Draw 2. And then we're just not going to commit anything to the field yet. Ooh. I think we just take the hoodie. We could try to find another Chitose. It's fine. I needed both. So I technically should have played the Gatsumon. If I find like one Chitose, then I'm like absolutely golden to be able to loop. Yeah, now he gets to gain a memory for evolving. Which I think is like the incredibly fucked up thing about Patamon. Is the way that card's designed is like, yeah, I just Digivolve for free and you get to gain a memory. Like, it's so messed up. Like, and I'm not saying Digimon is like a worse game for it. Like, I just think because the sets haven't been selling super well, and because power is no longer a selling point in Digimon, like, why is Bandai focused on power creeping the shit out of their game? Can't they, like, they should be able to create cards that keep the status quo, rather than we need to create something to really push the boundaries of what we're trying and able to do. Yeah, we're in a really bad spot here. I just have to try to find, like, something. This grabs one such tamer. Okay, so I could grab you and you. So I at least got something, which is good. And as long as they're not able to 100% deal with my field, maybe I could kind of amount some kind of a comeback. I do need 4 memory, which is a lot to ask for. And they're just going to get rid of my Mirai if they were smart. Yeah, so that deletes one Digimon, and then they get to delete another one. Because over the years, they slowly but surely introduce subtle power creep across the board. Usually, with decks having the best starters, resource management, resilience to interrupt, etc. Yeah, like, I know that's been, like, a huge issue with Yu-Gi-Oh! For a while. And, like, Digimon is reaching the same kind of, like, heights, in a sense. Like, it's following very similar play patterns where it's just, like, the player, except instead of the player who goes first wins, it's the player who's able to establish quicker than the other one wins, and usually that's done by like turn 3 or 4. Most of the time, games kind of ended around turn 3 or 4. It feels like the really good decks, they could kind of finish things off by, like, turn 2. Like, if they have the absolute nuts opener, they could finish things off by turn 2, which I think is, like, incredibly screwy. That's like a speed threshold we rarely ever have seen in Digimon. Does this does not have Alliance, so I might be good for one more turn. So, are any of these mem setters? This just inherently gains 1. Yeah, none of these are mem setters. Like, they think this floodgate actually matters, but it really doesn't. That's unfortunate. Yeah, like, their floodgate just does not matter. I guess technically they have lethal because they could use Angelomon to attack with barrier and then DNA and make an attack again. Yeah, that's most likely what they're going to end up doing. Although they need a little bit more memory, so maybe I can do something. It just sucks that I'm kind of like having not really a bricked hand. It's just a way slower start than what they were able to do because they were able to set up more faster. Like, if I saw the proper cards that I needed, I probably would be in a way better position. Maybe not, like, in a winning position just yet, but, like, a way better position for sure. So, now they need to get rid of my Tamer, which shouldn't be hard if they have the promo. Yeah, and then they just use the promo to get rid of the Tamer. Yeah, because that allows them to, what, grab back the Digimon that's in the trash. Yeah, and then this gets rid of the Tamer, which makes it very difficult for me to do what I need to do. As long as they don't have memory gain, I should be okay. Oh, of course. Yeah, without Tamers, like, this deck kind of just crumbles. Japanese loves power creep slop. Yeah, no, Japan's notorious for that because of the fact that they love moments. Like, that's the Japanese mentality, is they love moments. So those moments where you OTK the opponent, those moments where you set up this uninteractable, unblockable, unresponsive, like whatever, they love and crave those moments. How do you gain more memory? Yeah, this game's probably already a wash. Like, I don't even know why I'm bothering continuing playing. Yeah, I don't even know why I was wasting my time. We could keep this. It's fine. We have searching, and we have a rookie in our start. No, but good blue decks definitely needs to come back. But the problem is they've also printed a lot of protections where it's just like, if this Digimon were to leave the field for any reason, and I feel like that's kind of like an issue, is like, you can't really print those types of effects and expect good, healthy gameplay. Just grabbing a cough drop. This is going to be a very interesting match. I guess if I'm able to do what I need to do and to get up into Aegisdramon fast enough, I should be okay. I have to take jamming, unfortunately. I need the jamming. As much as I want the Seadramon X. So I am just missing Aegisdramon at this point. I have pretty much everything else. Marine Bulls, not what I want. Yeah, I have everything else but the Aegisdramon. So maybe next turn, I might be able to set up everything that I need. Just by sheer draw power. So we'll risk it, just because Digimon, there's a lot of draw. When attacking, gain 1. No. So do I bottom deck the Sangomon? So when I go into a Plissio, I spit out something else? No, I think I do still just go Jukwai. So I get 1 more draw, or 2 more draws. Yeah, I get 1 more draw. Yeah, we're gonna have to look at the top 4. We have to see it. And we did not see it. Man, Aegisdramon just did not come. So I Digivolve here for 3. And then I might be... If I draw off of that, and that's Aegis, then I can DNA. I won't be able to, like, OTK, because I unfortunately needed to spend the memory to try to dig out the card. Nope. Okay. I think it depends on the resilience, on how wide spread the distribution is. Also, in the defense of Yu-Gi-Oh, I prefer resilience in Omni Protection decks in all TCGs. Nothing less fun than scooping because I can't recover from this. Yeah. I mean, that's like a general TCG type thing. Like, Buddy Fight got some really insane Omni Protections, and it really became a game around, like, damage negation because you can't deal with the opponent's field half the time. Like, and that was an incredibly high-powered game that also, like Yu-Gi-Oh, favored the player going first because a lot of decks towards the end became OTK decks. And then they managed to solve their, like, OTK problem in post, which was really funny. Because they were just like, oh, yes, of course. We could just print cards that counteract OTKs. Oh, is this the move that you were talking about? Oh, but no Pipe Fox. That's why I don't mind the aspect of modern Yu-Gi-Oh that much, but bad cases like Full Power, Tier, Snake Eyes, Malice, etc., just to name a few, where it feels like nothing you do matters, and they can snowball. Yeah, so part of that is, like, they have... Like, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is trying to print cards that interact, like, develop board states on the opponent's turn. Oh, that would have been a really good card to have. So, like, that's Yu-Gi-Oh!'s current, like, fix, is to try to have both players play on the same exact turn. We're about to be really funny here. We're going to Digivolve here. I think I just kill the token. Right? Yeah. No reason not to kill the token, just to get the free card draw. And then we can Digivolve here. Get an unsuspend. And then use the DNA. Unfortunately for them, they're not playing a real game, and I'm playing a sloppy game. Yes. And then I get to draw another card. I'll actually use this effect to eat my own Digimon up. Gobble gobble. I'll take the rookie. I mean, I would love to take the other Aegisdramons. That's probably what I should have took, was the other Aegisdramon. Even though I don't exactly have a clean way of getting up into it. This presents a lot of pressure and damage on the board. And my opponent reasonably should not be able to do anything about my Aegis. Is this just Digimon effects? Digimon are affected by your opponent's Digimon effects. Yep, okay. So his option still would be able to work against me. So let's see. It's not the greatest hand. It's playable. It's not my favorite. We'll mulligan. That's kind of just on the same level. Maybe it's a little bit better because I have more search power. I think it's better because I have more search. Oh, Chris. So I'm not doing anything with my brothers. Let's go jamming into a little searching. We'll take the Marine Bull. That's fine. He's a good card.
So it's just you and Matt?
I guess, yeah.
You're just gonna go to his place then, probably?
Yeah.
He was texting me about... He thought the Amazon gift card was used. I'm like, I didn't even get that for you, but he figured it out.
Okay.
Finally got the communication you were looking for?
Yeah, it just took pissing my dad off, which wasn't hard to do.
What did you do?
I yelled at my mom.
Yelled at your mom?
Yeah. Because I'm just like, what are we doing here? Like, what is going on?
And that made your dad mad?
Well, yeah, because my dad is my dad. He thinks of everything. Like, if something doesn't go his way, he gets super pouty. So, obviously, he wanted my brothers gone, and now he's not getting that because nobody knew what was going on. And we were arranging things too late, and it was just easier to not do anything because it was all being arranged too late. So when I yelled at him, or when I yelled at my mom and by proxy him, he got pouty, and he's just like, fine.
Okay. Sounds like something that you're used to, so.
Oh, that's kind of annoying. I don't know if my deck actually has an answer for that. I don't think it does. Because I'm not playing any anti-redirectors. And I'm very clearly nowhere near set up. So I guess I'll just give myself blocker and maybe Digivolve again, just for the card draw. Like, I'm throwing it away, but I don't think that matters too much. Just to try to memory choke. All I need to do is find the level 6 Digimon again. That's the position I'm in. I know blockers against this is what's going to really matter. So that way, he doesn't get his effect. Unless he triggers it himself, then that's the unfortunate bit. What the heck? Why is he running that? So I need to draw into... Oh, never mind. He triggered it himself. Is that the new one? No, that's the old one. Let's go ahead and crack this first. Yeah, if I don't see Aegis-Dramon, I'm just gonna auto-concede. Because there's literally no point. Ooh, that actually is the thing. That's not terrible. I could set up a counterplay because of that now. What am I placing to the bottom then? Do I do Sangomon to gain extra memory when I attack? Yeah, because unfortunately I'm going to have to throw out a lot of resources here. So I do have jamming, so I can make the attack. I'll gain a memory. I can split out the Crabmon. Oh, no, it depends on what I draw, I guess. Armor texture. A little unfortunate. Yeah, so I'm probably going to have to Plissio. Then Plissio is going to have to spit out the Seadramon X. And then that will force me to then try to ace bait my opponent. So what's my play lines here? So probably blue memory boost then? We found the Aegis, but I have to ace bait my opponent. So we're just going to do this the hard way. Yeah, so there's no real incentive or reason for me to um, do anything else, because the second they attack, I'm forced to ace. I don't think they know that I have the ace. Oh, of course. He even has the card that gets around aces. Well, at least he only has one attack. This deck literally just can't even beat this card. Like, even when I do have the answers, I just literally can't even beat this single card. Oh, of course, and now he drew Medieval Gallant. Or, oh no, that's Blue Memory Boost. Like, that's how obnoxious that card, like, this card is the fact that even after all this time, I still literally can't even out it. I have to work so much harder just to be able to out it. Honestly, do I just Digivolve into this then? What do I get for DNAing? Oh, I get to play Digimon out. So that would allow me to play out the Metal Seadramon. Yeah. So I'm forced to DNA here. So what value am I gaining? Oh, but he also has yeah, it's like these types of cards are just so obnoxious. Like, yes, there's ways to get around it, but obviously the deck has ways to get around the ways that you can get around it. Yeah, and this card's going to be incredibly annoying. Um... To be fair, Blue's weakness is the lack of DP. Yeah, I'm very well aware of that. But it's more of just the Omni Protection rather than the lack of DP. I think I just give blocker to it to this. Oh, I could have gave blocker to this. I'm an idiot. I'm thinking in sitting here trying to formulate this like cute ace play, I could have just gave blocker to this and then he can't attack unless he has another preemptive thing. So I'm being an idiot. Do I need to use this? Probably not. I think we just take the spare Plesio. Yeah, I should have just given it to this instead of itself. Although, he can't deal any damage to my security anymore, so I guess I'm, like, safe for a turn. So he has to figure out ways to trigger that on his security. Yeah, then that's going to bounce this, and then it gets to overflow 4. Oh, wait. I mean, but now he can't attack. Still. Oh, is he gonna loop it? Yeah, because now he just gets rid of this, and then he doesn't have to worry about it? Why is he getting rid of the inheritables? Yeah, I'm like, I don't quite understand what the whole point of that was. Because now he opens himself up. Does this have jamming? It does have jamming. I guess I'm given an out. Oh, that's gonna screw things up, though. Because now he gets to de-digivolve this. Or no, he gets to strip and bounce it. Yeah, so now I have to make a new... This match is just super goofy. It's all kinds of goofy. So what? He just goes up into another Magna X, right? And then he just wins? Because when he digivolves into Magna X, he gets the effect, right? Or does he not have enough memory for that? Because it should only be 4, right? Oh, 5. Okay, that doesn't matter. This match is so much more goofier than I would have ever thought. So he's going to be cycling. Okay, so he form changes. Oh, that gets rid of this. That's removal. Yep, so now I can't ace him. Okay, I was destined to lose then. Because I literally couldn't deal with a Magnamon. Like, a single Magnamon just single-handedly screwed me over because I couldn't deal with it. That match was way goofier than I would have ever thought. He gave me some outs, and I just literally had no ability to play super optimally around what he gave me. He was just like, okay, I'm giving you a chance here. It's just I couldn't capitalize on any of it. Oh, and this is a bad deck, so this is pretty much a free matchup. Yeah, so now I just do this and this. And what am I missing? Technically, I need the Mega Seedramon, but I also need the Marine Bull. I need, like, everything. I'll take the Mega Seedramon. Just because if he gives me enough memory, I could just make some, like, insane level play. Really? I guess that's a play. It's not one that I would make, but I guess that's a play. Ooh. Now I'm punished for taking the Mega Seedramon, so I guess it's just Crabmon here. Yeah, if I took the Marine Bull, then this would have been a way better hand. But hindsight's always 20/20. Well, there's 2 Marine Bulls. I don't really think the discard here matters. It's cute that they think that matters. So what's my play line here? So I could move out. Go into Mega Seedramon, go into Plissio, hard play Metal Seedramon, DNA into Aegis, spit out Metal Seedramon. Is that my play line? It doesn't seem particularly, like, super great, but I don't really think I have anything else to do. So we're just going to play it safe and pop these right now. We'll just pop everything. That's fine. I'll just play this out for the search. Because if I'm able to find another level 4 Digimon, I should be actually okay. Just like so. Not having jamming is pretty spooky. So I'm not going to take that risk because I don't feel like I need to. Yeah, DNAs that are able to set themselves up super easily are like the best DNAs. What do I want to even play? Probably just the Plesio. Yeah, I don't care. Oh, I get to keep turn. Haha. So I might as well either Crab or use Wisteria. It's either Crab or Wisteria. I'm most likely just going to end up hard playing this to be able to set it up, so I think Wisteria is probably the play. I don't particularly think that he's dealing that much damage this turn to where blocker matters. Ooh, we're probably going to take the level 4. Because right now I'm very much lacking level 5s. Which I think I have the Marine Bulls. Yeah, I have the Marine Bulls here, so I could grab back the Marine Bulls. I mean, I don't exactly know what that accomplished. I mean, that one memory literally didn't even matter. Because I just gain it back. I really wish I had the ability to set up a level 5. I think maybe this is just the Crabmon play. Make Crabmon a blocker. It's It's either that or just set up a blue memory boost, try to find a level 5. Because I have memory boost and memory boost to be able to make plays. It's one of the two. I mean, I could also just hard play the Zhukwai. That's also a play line. Because if he's going to go to 3 anyway, then I just draw a card. And at 3 memory, I don't really think he's able to do that much. So I think maybe just dropping the Zhukwai is probably the play. Gets more bodies out. More pressure. Oh, that's cute. Like, my hand reasonably doesn't really matter. So he could Digivolve for 2, then Digivolve for 3. And then Keenan gain 1 memory back. No. That doesn't gain a memory. Nope, nope. So far, my opponent's deck has just been really bad. I don't know what they're doing, but none of it seems to be mattering. Oh no. They just, so like, this is an example where it's just like, their deck, while it might seem really fun to them, from a grand competitive scheme, if it literally hasn't killed me by now, and it's not impacting my field, what is a deck like this actually doing? Like, what is it good for? Like, when I make those types of comments, that's the competitive brain of mine going off and saying, like, hey, what are we actually doing? Like, is this, like, you're doing some interesting and cute things, but none of it really seems to be mattering. Hey, Global Digital Empire. Discard a card? Sure. I mean, I guess I don't need the options that much anymore. Like, he's trying to attack my hand, but my hand, like, Digimon hands are usually big enough where they don't matter. Yeah, I'm just like, you reasonably don't have the ability to do anything. You don't have the damage to win. You don't have the effects to deal with my field. You've been barely attacking my hand, which, again, doesn't really seem like it matters because everything I need is on the field. It's kind of like the Pokemon effect, where it's just like, oh yeah, sometimes people really love playing Mars and Red Card in Pokemon Pocket, but those cards are statistically really bad. We got the Double Empire. We got Empire Youth and Digital Empire. Like, that's why, at least, like, bare minimum when it comes to deck building, like, you need to have a win con. I have not been able to OTK with this deck yet. At least not today. I just want to go and play some Mirage. That's what I really want. Like, Mirage just feels so clean. No, we're gonna Mully. It's arguably worse. Level 4. Nope. Arguably worse. Oh, can't do that. Can't have bad starts with against Sakuya. Otherwise, I just get absolutely blown out. Especially when they have a Searcher and can Digivolve. Yeah, so they essentially fix themselves for me bricking. Just can't do that. So this needs to be a level 4. Well, I got a level 4. So now I just need to see the other level 5 and I'm good to go. I just need to see Seadramon. Or not Seadramon, Mega Seadramon, more specifically. Another Marine Bull. That's a load of bull. We'll see what happens with this. It very much clearly seems like they're not fully there yet either. Oh, they might be now. Oh, they're on the Amu Jutsu stuff, so there's a good chance that they just might not kill me then. There's a good chance I could die, but there's also a good chance I just don't. But if they do set up their Amu Jutsu, then that's going to be really annoying. Oh, they're going in. They have it seems like. Or at least they have the ability to present enough pressure to where they are okay with doing this. Yeah, that deletes my Digimon. Not that I cared. It was just there to draw me a card. It was either that or pass turn at 3. And then he gets a free evolution. So what? What? I mean, I guess you just get another free unsuspend. So you choose not to use the effect, so that way you could get another unsuspend here. And now you use the effect to burn a security and unsuspend. This does not feel right. Yeah, so now you swing. So, oh, no, they just kill me. Okay. Yeah, because they swing, swing, swing. And then this unsuspends. So they have 3 swings to my 2 security left. So, yeah, cool. Good to know that I died on turn 2. Or, I guess technically turn 3. It was their 3rd turn that I died. Good thing to know that I just straight up die on their turn 3. What the heck? Can I please have a good card to draw? Thank you. Can I have more good cards to draw into? Thank you. How about another one? Thank you. Another one? Oh. Man, we had all good draws. My heart was pounding. We had all good draws. I think this was arguably the worst draw, but it's not even that bad. And my deck, for the most part, should be okay into this. We will just play another training. We need to find a level 5. Thank you. Next turn, I could consider hard playing this, depending on how much memory they give me, just to be able to remove one of these. I think Anna actually... Oh, cool. Give me that sick memory. Memory for days. So they have 6 cards in their hand right now. So they'll stay at 6 cards in their hand. Yeah, this is the old, like, this is the person that I just faced. So it's slightly awkward using this Gao, so I'm gonna have to use this. So, yeah, because this still will add a card to their hand. So they'll go to 7. No, maybe I do just use the Gao. Like, just screw the memory. I just need to use it, so that way I could get the bounce for the Mach. So now that they're at 8... I just do my thing. And I should OTK here, if my math is correct. Thanks for adding cards to your hand, sucker. I'm just shy on having the memory to play both of these. That's unfortunate. Yeah, because I make a swing, I unsuspend, play a tamer, make a swing, unsuspend. Yeah, I think literally just any tamer means I have lethal. Because this is already 2 attacks. This is a 3rd attack out of 2 security. Yeah. So any tamer is lethal. See, that felt so clean. Hand started off pretty bad, and then it just magically fixed itself. This is a bad hand, though. Oh, this is a way better hand. What? I mean, I guess 3 Musketeers does kind of hard counter me. Oh, it's got to be the Hankun. Oh, such a good draw. Give me another one. Not a great draw, but it's something. I'll be honest, I think people are over-evaluating when moving. It's just start of main only triggers when you move out. When moving is really strong. Like, when moving... To me, when moving is really, really powerful because it's again trying to push the game to be more proactive, and it's adding a new timing and interaction to allow more effects to partake in a single turn. So the idea is like, oh, if you have a start of main, you do your when moving, and then that can trigger before the start of main. So now you're getting an extra ability that generally wasn't there before. So it's just more value on top of more value on top of more value. Oh, wait, what? Oh, he killed my tamer? How dare he? I needed that.
You're gonna go watch a movie or you're gonna stay home?
I mean, I'm not gonna leave to watch a movie right now.
No, I didn't say, like, was it worth it for Austin to go? Oh, snow looks fun.
I don't know.
Alright. That's fine.
I mean, there's still plenty of time before the ball drops.
Yeah.
Oh, that's if I have a Digimon. Okay. Yeah, I did that mainly just to try to get the option out of here. The Gundramon. No options hit from Gundramon. Feels bad. Yeah, so I'm probably going to have to, like, use Evade Mirage. It's just unfortunate that they deleted my Tamer. Why does this delete Tamers? Reveal the top 4, add 1 option to the bottom. If this effect placed it, delete a Tamer with a 3 cost or less. I mean, I guess. It surprised me. We'll have to try to do shenanigans to see if we can scrounge up a play. Ooh, that's a draw. Okay, we found a play. Now we need to use this. He still has blocker, and I do not have unblockable. Does he have protection? When this Digimon would leave the battle area by trashing 1, it doesn't leave. And then this is gain a memory and delete a 7,000 DP Digimon. So that means I have to play this. So now I'm a little bit more insulated. So we could both draw a card. And then I will eat this up since it's going to die anyway. To unsuspend, and if he blocks, I evade. Oh, he gets to steal memory. Shoot. Yeah, he steals the one memory. Totally forgot about that. I should have hammer sparked before, just to prevent the steal memory. That was so my bad. Did he mean for that to happen? I mean, that sucks for me. Like, big time sucks. I just hope he doesn't have an option to out it after all of the cards I've given him. Yeah, of course. So I need to bring back a 5. So I'm going to be reviving the Gao for obvious reasons. So what's the 5 I bring back? Honestly, do I just bring back Unblockable? I think I do. And then Gao. We'll have another Gao sitting and chilling in the raising. We'll use Hammer Spark because we were stupid. We will use this to bounce this back. Get out of here. Oh, Summoning Sickness. Shoot. Right. Well, this will make it very annoying because if they do anything that adds cards to their hand, they just basically end their turn. I might not have protection, but... Beelstar for 1. You could use an option in its text from your hand. I mean, that's fine. So I Evo for 2, Evo for 3, gain 1 back. So ideally I need 1 memory somewhere. I see you forgot about Summoning Sickness. Yeah. I did forget about Summoning Sickness. Although, because I have Scramble, I can take anything back. So I would, what, take the level 4 back? Yeah, take this Gao. So that way, this Evo's for 0, essentially. So I Evo for 0, Evo for 3. And then Evo into here and gain a butt ton back. Oh, I mean, that just also makes my life easier. Actually, because he did that, I don't even need to take it. Actually, do I because of Hon-Kun? It's only once. I think if I'm looping this turn, I probably do still need to take it. I could, funny enough, I could add this Mirage instead of the unblockable one. Yeah, let's go with the unblockable Mirage. And we'll just draw into another level 4. That's fine. We've only seen 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 3 level 4s. Both of these basically just mean a gain 1 memory, but this one's always funnier because it just helps dig through my deck. So now we Digivolve into here. Bounce that to hand. Gain the memory. Evo into here. Use the effects. Play out the Gao. Gain a memory. And then they have 18 cards in their hand? Sure. So this will be 19. Gain 4 back. Oh, so mean. Use the effects. Eat one of you up. Make both of us draw. Gain another memory. No. Digiburst. See, I made this match look way harder than what it actually is, just because I was stupid. Like, I made this match look way harder than what it actually was. I get to put 13 cards back into their deck. Goodbye, hand of 20. Oh, I love Mirage. Mirage is just so much stupid fun. And then we'll have you draw a card. No! My rookie dies! I was gonna use that. Yeah. I mean, they're just so 100% dead. Yeah, that's game. Three Musketeers is kind of bad. I mean, like, so theoretically, they're not that bad because they're one of the few decks that actually has a lot of option removal. And option removal, as we've seen with, like, the mid-control range version of Hoodie, wow, I butchered that sentence. But as we've seen with like the more mid-range to control variant of Hoodie, the fact that they use those options and they're really effective right now, actually, theoretically, from a pen and paper standpoint, means that decks that are using options are actually pretty decent. So, like, you would think Three Musketeers, because of that, especially for how heavy of an OTK format we're in, would be pretty good. It's just, unfortunately, Three Musketeers option quality is not very high, and the options, you don't have very good ways of playing them out for free, and like there's a lot of things holding Three Musketeers back. But I do think like it has some potential. But yes, right now Three Musketeers is kind of not good. Like, if I hit, like, a stray security option that just killed me at that last moment, then that would have sucked, like, a lot. So I'm 2 cards off from being able to OTK my opponent. I'm literally 2 cards off from being able to OTK my opponent. Pulse. That's a deck. What? I guess it does have a D-Digivolver. Yeah, they're taking the bulk. I'm 1 card off from OTKing my opponent. I mean, I guess technically I need to wait for them to have a good hand size too. So if they, like, learn to hard play a lot of things, then that might be some trouble. What? On delete, yeah. That literally doesn't do anything. Is this a mem setter? No, just gain memory. So I just need to draw a lot of cards, so I'm going to be doing it this way. Okay, so next turn, I 100% should be able to kill my opponent. So I forced them to have enough cards in their hand to where I'm in a very good spot. If they do not deal with this Digimon, then it could add some additional pressure to just make killing them easier. But I do have all of the cards necessary in my hand, which is a Mirage, the Burst Mode, the level 5, an additional level 4. Oh yeah, he just kills it for free? Sure. Oh, he's just making my life easier. Oh no, he gets to recover. Wait, he didn't mind link it? Did he thought 15 was enough? I mean, he does get to... Oh, if you only have 3 or fewer. Or you get to recover until you have 3. Okay. Yeah, so he's just straight up dead then. So we'll just make things as memory efficient as possible. So this is what, my 3rd turn? Is this my 3rd or 4th turn? No, I think this is my 4th turn. Because I set this up turn 2. This is like my 3rd or 4th turn, but I digress. Saving memory any way we can. Gaining memory. 'Cause it's so much fun. We'll just gain more memory. Boink. To be fair, I would think that 15k is enough since you only run burst modes. As far as security threats, yeah, that is a very safe assumption, 15k. Do I swing with this? So I swing, I can unsuspend. No, I do not swing with that. Yeah, so if I swing, I'm forced to unsuspend here. I'd rather just burst mode. Because I'm not gaining any additional memory from the attack. Yeah, so I am just better off doing it this way. If I was gaining any additional memory, I 100% would probably do it. So I'm basically building a secondary stack is the approach that I'm doing it this way. So this is a little bit of a BM, but I'll just do it the safe way. Yeah. Did you ever do a deck review of my Mirage Galgamon list? I mean, I don't think that list's changed. Like, I still just randomly load up this exact list and just rock it still. Like, I love this list a lot. I think this list is so much fun. Granted, it is just an OTK deck, but, like, the ways in which you can OTK seem way more like puzzly because you have multiple different avenues to reach the same output in the same deck. So you've seen, just as an example, between like the last couple of matches, you've seen me use burst mode in combination with Han-Kun and build a second stack, which is literally what just happened, to get extra draws. So, like, you've seen it that way. You've seen no Han-Kun and just figuring out ways to set up a whole bunch of tamers to be able to line up enough additional card draws to OTK. You've seen, like, the more traditional where it's a combination of the two to be able to do it. So, like, it just feels like it's a very flexible OTK deck, which is what I kind of enjoy, where I'm not just trying to do the 1, 2, 3, 4 combo every single time. Because, like, there's moments where you don't have Gao and you need to find alternative ways to gain memory, and Veemon's pretty mediocre, but, like, it's one of the only other rookies that are good at gaining memory. Actually, is that true at this point? Memory. Color, blue, level 3, search. So we have end of attack, gain a memory. That's useless. This is when we play a blue tamer, gain a memory, which isn't super great. That's DP. That's if we have jamming, gain a memory, which is very comparable. If we played an option, gain a memory. That's not relevant to our deck at all. Yeah, we don't really have a lot of good inheritables to gain a memory. When one of your effects trashes a card in our hand, we're not doing that. Yeah, there's not a lot of good memory gain inside of blue. In terms of rookies that we would want to use. But no, I have not done a deck review or deck revival of Mirage. I think people do not like this deck. They don't, and I 100% agree with them for not liking it. Yeah, Burst Mode's just such an insane card. This is Emily. Oh, this is even worse! No! And I'm going first. Only option is a rookie. Only option is the rookie. Oh, we're in for a rough start. Okay, maybe it's fine because they're Gamamon. Gamamon has the damage, he just doesn't have the speed or consistency. Well, I mean, if I give him a whole bunch of memory, he eventually can get there. So from me bricking, I'm giving my opponent all of the ability in the world to make very powerful proactive plays. But like, so the way Digimon works though, there's two different types of plays. There's proactive plays and there's reactive plays. So proactive plays is you basically taking the initiative and you trying to basically cut out what your opponent's doing before they can do it. Reactive plays is you trying to respond to the opponent. But because of the way the game speed currently is, it's so much easier to be proactive than reactive. Because, like, if I can kill my opponent before they can respond, is there really a chance for them to respond? Is kind of just the penultimate question. It would be such a good punished play if I draw into a level 5 Digimon. Such a good punish play. But I reasonably can't. So I have to play it lame. I don't like Mirage, but I am biased because he's the first real deck that Leomon was in. Fair. Can this card attack? No, he doesn't. He just has protection. Is he gonna Digivolve? Oh, he gets a gain of memory, so he does get to Digivolve again. Oh. Well, I mean, he gave me all my options. I just need to find a level 5 Digimon in a burst mode. I kind of was hoping maybe for a scramble to pop out. That would have been really sick. Hammer Spark. Well, I guess I'm forced to do something here. I got, like, what, 2 draws into a level 5? Well, found a burst mode. Nope. All right, we lose. 1, my Digimon got deleted. 2, we didn't find a level 5. Only thing we were missing was that level 5. Otherwise, we probably could have killed him on the spot. This hand's Garbo. Yeah, so this is in here just for the anti-redirect. Like, this is the newest inclusion into Mirage. Outside of that, the deck literally hasn't really seen, like, it needed to change. He didn't even know what I was playing. How dare he? That quitter. No, but I do like to go back to, like, I think Mirage is a very underrated deck. Just because, like, it does have, like, just the damage output to keep up with a lot of current decks. It has the consistency to do it. It's just people don't like the fact that he was nerfed. So they don't like playing him because he's very one note and one dimensional. And, like, right now in the Hoodie, like, in the face of the Hoodie meta, because Hoodie runs options, those options can absolutely hose on your OTK. Also, against Royal Knights, they can just hose on your OTK as well because of Omekamon. And that's kind of like what I mean by the fact that you have to have like an Omekamon level of like oppressive control is the only viable way to actually control in Digimon outside of just YOLO RNG security checks go. It just makes things really awkward. In terms of, like, how do I actually design defense in the game? And I don't think, like, Omekamon Mirror Force is exactly the answer. I also don't necessarily think that, like, whatchamacallit? Oh, God. Leviamon type stuff is the answer either, where it's just like, shit's just replacing shit. Okay, so I have almost everything that I need already to at least deal a lot of damage. So now the big question is, can I set up the Thomas? How much memory are they going to give me to set up this Thomas? So this is my turn 1. So keep that in mind. This is turn 1. And then my turn 2 is going to be setting up this Thomas. With my turn 3, yeah, this doesn't matter. So now my turn 3 is probably going to be the OTK turn. So I'm going to have to set up the Thomas no matter what. It's just right now is the awkwardness of what else am I actually doing. I could just Digivolve the Gao in here. Like, there's an argument to just hard play this. Because it seems like he doesn't have anything. So I am just going to hard play this just to bounce this back into his hand to make his plays a little bit more awkward. Like, he could play it for 3 again. I don't care. I just need that thing off the field. This, when it suspends, de-digivolves, right? Yeah. I don't have a good way of dealing with that right now. Unless I draw one of my alternative level 5s. If I draw an alternative level 5, then I'm actually in a really good spot. I did give him a lot of memory, but most of his hard plays are just going to end up passing turn. Yeah, so, like, this seems like it would be a pretty decent card, but there's a lot of level 5s that just can out this. Oh, okay. He just literally made my life easier. One of them can't suspend? I don't care. Oh, sure, I could just eat that. Like, that means very little. I mean, it does because it takes away an attack, but, like, it really doesn't. What is its on delete? Or all turns. Yeah, so this is going to be the awkward part. On memory management, because I don't think I'll have enough memory unless I draw into a different Mirage. Nope. So, couldn't quite get there. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do it this way. As much as I don't want to. Just because I need that gone. Because otherwise the de-digivolve is just going to make my life really difficult. Of course, now I see it. Now I see the proper one. So they do have a lot of memory to play with, and then they do also have 2 cards set up. So I know they're usually only running 2 of those CLs in this type of a build, so there's a high chance that they just will not see that CL ever again, which is really good for me. So maybe this will make them think about how they want to draw cards. The fact that this has evade is actually really good for me too. Oh, that's unfortunate. I kind of needed to eat that. Yeah, I don't have a Thomas. You caught my bluff. I don't got a Thomas. I mean, I have another one I could hard play, so it's not the end of the world. Digimon, Pokemon, and MTG are the only TCGs you can have 10 cards in hand and still brick. True. Very true. Oh, now he's just going to combo. So he actually needs to get rid of this Mega Seadramon. Otherwise, this is the card that's going to kill him. Because this is what I'm going to OTK with. This just spawns the token, right? It doesn't kill anything. Yeah. Okay, that makes my life easy. Who cares about being able to attack with this Mirage when I could just attack with this and kind of just win? So I'm not going to evolve in Raising right away, because I could just very easily use this to win the game. So I'm just debating how do I go about it. I could be memory efficient and use this Mirage. Is there any, like, reason to be afraid? I don't think there is. So this will get me 2 memory back. Yeah, I think just off of the sheer amount of unblockable attacks, I should be fine. Oh, he has an ace? That's not good. Does the ace kill me? Yeah, I should have... Yep. Okay. So the ace does kill me. His field isn't protected. So I might be able to make some kind of a comeback play here. Definitely mounting some kind of a comeback. Yeah, we're gonna have to go into this one. And then we're gonna have to burst again. Ugh, it feels so wrong just using these defensively like this. Okay, never mind. All is forgiven. So now... I just don't have any way to, like, insulate any kind of a defense, so we just choke to 1 memory, and that's the best we can do. And then he's got 2 Mirages to deal with, I guess. It's not the greatest play. I would have rather seen this. This is the first time I've seen Jesmon's board get dismantled. It's the first time I'm attempting to dismantle a board with this deck. So it's firsts for both of us. I've never played this defensively like this. Like, this deck does not play defensively. So he gets to play out 1 Digimon and 1 token. So he's playing out a... Oh, interesting. That seems like that's the wrong card to use. Because that's the whole reason why I set up both of these Mirages. Is 1, they have evade, and 2, so now he gets to spawn a token? Or does he get to play the other Sistermon? Yeah, his tokens don't mean anything because I could just bypass blocker. This can't bypass blocker, but this... Oh, wait, I need the... What? Where's the level? Oh, yeah, I have the... This can bypass blocker. So I could very easily just make a new Mirage and just bypass blocker. It's interesting that he chose to keep this one locked. I think they're just got. Yeah, so I think they just got. Because now I just need to use, this. And that outs this. And then now their defense doesn't matter. So now I use this. That gets rid of this. And he has 2 burst modes to fight through. Then we'll pop a memory boost just for safety's sake. We'll Evo here. Bouncing, I guess, one of these, because it doesn't really matter. Bouncing that. Gain all the memory back in the world. And now we just go in. Yeah, now we get to do a lot of triggers. Let's watch that security go away. Just like magic. Oh no, a Crimson Blaze! I can't play my Digimon by card effects. There. You felt like they used their ace way too early? They were gonna lose their Digimon. So, like, they probably did use their ace too early, but I don't think that they were running, Jesmon X. Is what it feels like, because if they had Jesmon X, then they could have at least made Jesmon X insulated. But it also just didn't matter. I mean, I guess it kind of did. But yeah, that's how you beat a Jesmon, apparently. Oh, this is gonna be an interesting one. No rookie start, but we have 2 mentals. Find a rookie. No. Found a 5 in a burst mode, so we'll take the burst mode. Find a rookie. No. Found another level 4 and a 5. So I'll take the 4. And then just pass turn because we didn't see a rookie. No rookie. If they don't do... Okay, I was going to be like, if they don't Digivolve here, I'm just going to bounce it back to their hand. Thomas is okay. Still no rookie. Superior. Get the free extra attack. Yeah, this card's incredibly fucked up. Like, this card's insane. Hakoto. Yeah, so this keeps me from hard playing Digimon. I just literally don't have a rookie. I can't even play the game. I don't think that matchup was hard. I just didn't have a rookie, literally. Like, their Hakoto tech just functionally didn't matter. Most of the time, I'm not trying to get to 3 or more tamers, and I'm not trying usually to play out Digimon by card effects. I mean, I have the Honkun, but that's literally it. I could just choose to use something else. I mean, they could have also hard slammed a black level 6 and had the proper body to ace into. Yeah, I don't know what their hand was. We could... This hand's so bad, but we could keep it. I mean, it's better than an unplayable hand like last game. Because I'm most likely just going to VMon into mental training. Or depending on how much memory they give, just mental training. Ooh, they're giving me an opportunity that I can't capitalize on. Level 4? No. The proper level 3. So all I need to do is see a level 4 and I'm pretty much good. Really? He's going deep without a tamer. I mean, he gets to draw 2, I guess. So he's going to end on finding a tamer. Ooh, that's bad. Bad for them. Because that's a lot of resources just wasted. Here, I'll help you draw cards. Yeah, if I had a level 4, this would be a very, very hard punish turn for them. I know, this makes it feel... Oh, well, there's another level 4, unfortunately. What are, like, this matchup, what are we doing? Playing BT12 here? I guess maybe technically BT13. BT13 in 2025. Best meta. Hands down, BT13 was one of the best metas. So what does this action prevent me from doing? Plays a Digimon. How about an option? Oh, I could have been mean. I could have taken the Mirage. Bounce the U. But I realistically don't think that it's going to matter too much. Like, once I have enough options set up, while digging for my level 4 Digimon, I just move out and I kill. Like, this Digimon on here realistically doesn't matter, but oddly enough, it's actually better for me to leave it so I could use it as a potential resource for something. When an effect adds by trashing 1. Oh, so this taxes these. But he's not gaining memory. He's just drawing cards. And he could draw cards. Like, by all means, draw cards. Okay, I just need to find a level 4, please. That's all I need, game, is just a level 4. Okay, more Digicrossing. I think he's just, like, forcing his hand to go as low as possible by just throwing out random Digicrosses. Really? Okay. No level 4s. All I needed was a level 4 and then I would have had the game. Yeah, and he was just like throwing out Digicrosses left and right. Like he was playing so poorly, but I didn't have a level 4. I was forcing my opponent into bad plays. So I just need to see another level 4. I need to see a level 4 and I need to see a level 6. So I'm 2 cards off. Does that give him memory, or does it have to be purple? It has to be purple to gain memory. Oh, well, he does gain it off of this because of the super save. Funny enough, this has an on-play effect. Honestly, with one card in his hand, what's the worst this is actually going to do? Like, what is the worst that play is actually going to do? So he gets one, he has 2 potential card draws. And then he gets to lose his Tamer if he is unable to deal with the Mega Seadramon. Okay, that's probably more what he was hoping for. Now, the big question is, does he have a big Bogger, or is he going to empty his hand more? Rush Collision. Is this going to be big enough? Oh, retail. I mean, I'm bricking twice. Like, I'm literally bricking twice in a row on level 4s. So he desperately needed to get rid of this, otherwise his tamer was going to be gone, and then he's basically locked out of the game. And all I need to do is see a level 4 Digimon. All I need to see is a gosh darn level 4. Again. Because if I could out his fields and out his tamers, then he reasonably would not be able to do much of anything else. But I'm literally just bricking twice. It's not necessarily because he's being good, but now he's insulated. And I didn't see another level 4. Cool. Bricked twice in the same matchup without seeing a level 4 Digimon. Like, I don't think that matchup is that hard. You can't brick. Oh. Here's a fun one. Alright, I mean, it's like almost everything. I just need what? Omnimon, and Nokia. And then this hand's pretty much golden. God tier almost. Well, there's Omnimon. We're gonna take this. It sucks losing out on the digital gate. Okay, so this is CS Mastimon? Maybe? Nope, just normal CS. Well, it still could be CS Masty. Yeah, this is the part where this deck kind of just bricks. Pagra in here? What? Oh, did the game literally read I have no other play lines? Oh, I think they messed that one up. Yeah, so I took this Metal Guru so that way I can move out this Agumon and still be able to go into an Omnimon. Ouch. Yeah, when you start cascading things that play things for free off of things that play things for free, it gets a little cumbersome and annoying in terms of gameplay. We'll definitely say that. My opponent finally decided to spend memory. Hey, that's a really good card. That's also a really good card. So now we hard play this. Use the effect to Digivolve an Agumon into a Wargrey. We'll choose this one. And we'll choose this one. Then we will choose the effect to delete one of their Digimon. Use the effect to gain some memory. Use the effect to DNA. Use the effect off of these two. Use the effect to then make said attack into security. We get to unsuspend, trash the top, and deal one check. I will not elect to use this. I need to keep the Omnimon around. Which is unfortunate because it's the only thing I have going on. So he gets to use the Mirai to bounce, play something out. So now he's got both of the pro tags. So hopefully they don't have like a hard play move that they want to make. Nope, they do have a hard play move that they want to make. Because they can Digiloop. That what? Gives my thing security attack minus? I mean, that's fine. I could just split it apart if he doesn't get rid of the Omnimon. And Omnimon's also still here for the draw and the security burn. So it's not that big of a deal. Are they really going to go into a Platinum Numemon? Or are they just going to loop more? Yeah, so off of hard playing this, they're able to go all the way up into a level 6 Digimon. Oh, I have too many cards in my hand? Oh. Well, that sucked. I don't exactly know what they're doing, but my deck is moving incredibly slow. So is my opponent finally going to try to actually win the game? Yeah, so maybe I should have split out the Omnimon just for safety's sake. So this just gets an extra unsuspend. Oh, but I guess security attack +1, so it's 4 checks, and then this is the 5th. And then this has barrier, so... Oh, it does not have barrier. Oh, right. This stupid fucker has protection. Okay. Yeah, then the game is just over. The Barbermon was cute, but, like, I was just absolutely shitting bricks. Like, that's why Omnimon, like, as a single individual card is, like, really strong, but as a deck falters very hard is because the deck is inconsistent as sin. Yeah, not missing out on my Omnimon and Nokia there was absolutely massively brutal. Bees. Hard play B. Well, we found the CS, so we get one Omnimon in text, so probably take another Tamer, and then CS. And then I'm going to have to set these up since I'm pretty much out of card draw. I mean, I can move the Agumon out, swing into security, draw a card that way. That's most likely what I'm going to have to do. Well, never mind. He just floodgates me. Oh, wait, no, this isn't the floodgate. Swing! Swing into my security! Give me exactly what I need. Darn. Blocker. Part of me really just wants to go into Omnimon right now. Oh, but I can't. Yeah, I just have to wait a turn. It sucks. That's unfortunate. The fact that they had blocker kind of made things annoying. Alright, let's see if they can kill me. So they have 3 face-up cards in their security. They could get a 4th one pretty easily. They have 8 memory to work with. I think I'm just dead here. If I'm not dead, I'm shocked. Medieval Gallant is a huge pickup. I think Medieval Gallant single-handedly just shuts down my deck if he just plays it right here. Because I don't think I have an out for Medieval. X antibody. Yeah, there's the tiger. So 4 attacks. Yeah, I don't think there's anything that could come out of my security that's going to save me here. Yeah, like, I would need to gain memory here, but I can't. Wait, how come it didn't leave? I mean, it doesn't matter. I just got OTK'd. You love Royal Base? Royal Base is fine. It's just a worse OTK deck than a lot of other OTK decks. Like, so that's literally the natural direction that everything has been leading towards is, does this deck OTK? Like, literally, that's what everything in Digimon has led to. Oh, this deck got an update. What does it do? It OTKs. Oh, this deck got an update. What does it do? It OTKs. Like, I don't know what to say. Every deck OTKs. Keep hand. It's just like, oh yeah, Royal Base is cute. It OTKs. Do I have a reason to play Royal Base over something like Rocks and Minerals? No. Like, do I have a reason to play Justimon OTK over Rocks and Minerals? Probably not. It's not nearly as fast, not nearly as consistent. But yeah, giving my opponent obviously way too much memory is basically a death sentence in this game. Like, giving over 4 already seems very sus. Because they could technically move out mono, and then go to 5, and then do more shenanigans. The level 5 in Royal Base protects any Royal Base on your field, not just from an individual stack. Ah. I was just like, that didn't make sense. I mean, it's a good thing I know this deck is deficient enough where doing this type of a play, even though it's really bad in most normal contexts, is not, like, the worst. But he could still just randomly OTK me out of nowhere. The fact that he could get rid of Wisteria Memory Boost is actually going to be a pretty big deal. So maybe I should have popped Wisteria to play the Matt and Ty. Assuming he's going to go into a Justy and blow up my option. But, I mean, they're going to go into a Justy and blow up my option anyway. Yeah. So this just has lots of DP number, and that's the only thing that's going on here? So you're saying there's a chance. We'll draw off of the Gabu. An Uko. We'll play an Agu. We'll Digivolve an Agu. into a Wargrey that I just so magically drew. Then we'll gain the memory. Use the effects to delete the one with the egg. I could be risky and do a security check. Let's not be risky. I have enough Omnimons in hand where I don't need to be risky. Okay, I'm unaffected. Good try. Wait, I don't get my end of attack? Oh, Okay, so that's their little secret. Yeah, he's not affected either. So I should have technically... No, decode wouldn't have worked because it was by battle. He was still just unaffected. So I just need to draw into another rookie, and then I should basically be good. Because his Forb Chains will cost at least one memory. The attack didn't end, he blocked me? Yeah. He was dead before he had the end of attack window. 2 can play the unaffected game. My unaffected is better than his unaffected. Because I'm unaffected by everything. This is just by Digimon effects. He just so happened to have a big enough DP boost over me. Because of how his ace worked. Because he gets to unsuspend, and that's where Night Device came in handy. So, literally, if I draw into a rookie, or I get to have a rookie stick, then I kind of just win. Yeah, it was a little sad that I lost the Omni to a Justimon. I think this means I just lose. Because I play this, I can gain 3 memory back. Yeah, that's like the best I got. Because again, I bricked. I didn't see a backup rookie. And he could just add form changes to use here. He's debating about if he's going to take the XL arm. Okay, so he is taking the XL arm. Yeah, so he just takes XL arm, he swings with XL arm, Digivolves on top of here, does the 2 checks, and then Mono wins. So it's not real rocket science. Yeah, because XL arm just needs to pop Night Device in order to just guaranteed be big enough. Yeah, because I couldn't stop both of the Digimon from doing their thing. So I don't even know. The only thing that would win is Crimson Blaze out of security to kill his Monodramon. That's like the only out I have. Oh, okay. Yeah, and then he could also just form change and Digivolve to unsuspend. Yeah, this is why Omnimon's not doing super good, is because, like, it has, like, really high highs, but powerfully low lows. Like, the consistency for this deck is just functionally not there. We like to pretend it's there, but it's just not there. Like, the fact that I lost to a Justimon deck is already pathetic enough. Because Justimon I do not actually think is a good deck. He's just another OTK deck. And, like, if we're going to lump a lot of OTK decks into the same camp, it's just like, again, there's still better OTK decks. Like, I think Mirage is just an infinitely better OTK deck than Justimon. Justimon takes way too much time to set up. He requires way too much memory. His plays have an element of RNG to them, especially if you're using Cyberdramon Ace. The only thing he's got going for him is protection. What is this? Lucemon? I know how to play against Lucemon. This matchup is pretty easy as long as you know how to navigate it and your deck doesn't brick. My deck's been bricking a lot tonight. Like, a lot more than what I want to admit. Oh, he's just gonna clear the field here. Okay. Well, I guess he would clear the field if he could. We'll take the Agumon. We'll Digivolve Agumon down here. And then hard play. Try to look for an Omnimon. Nope. Sad Pandas.
Alright. I'm done with work for the day. Do you want to go to Costco to buy anything to take over there, or you good?
I'm good. I'm sure Matt's good too.
Probably is. Ooh, look at that fun weather.
We wanted a white Christmas, not a white New Year.
It's beginning to look a lot like the white New Year.
Well, we found an Omni. Is that Lucimon stream? Is that Lucimon gameplay in the stream? It is. Not very good Lucimon gameplay. So far, all he did was kill Agumon and die to an Omni in security. Yeah, they seem very incredibly bricked up. Let's go back to Gaia. I like Gaia. I want to play more of him. Hopefully the weather dies down, so that way driving wouldn't be a pain. Not that it matters a whole lot. Yeah. You're good. Of course, now when I start loading up a deck I care about, it doesn't connect. There we go. This is okay. It's not the greatest hand, but like it's fine. Oh, they must have forgot their eggs. I highly doubt that they were, I mean, they could have been the stupid frickin', whatchamacallit, Dark Masters deck, where they just play no eggs. But most of the time, Dark Masters still will play eggs because they don't have to hatch. I did it? I sure did. This is a little bit riskier of a hand. I have the Haru to search. I'm going second, so I have an extra card draw. Outside of that, it's not really super great. The other hand was way better. Immediately get punished. Okay, a little recovery. Of course. Hate to see it at the wrong time. Ooh. How hard do I push? We'll try it. What am I doing here, though? That's the real question. Ares a okay pickup. Let's just go from Digivolution source. I'll draw the card here. Of course. Of course! Now I see the correct card. Alright, let's just give up on that stack. We'll see what happens with it next turn. I'll just play Airy and try to reset. Now that I, of course, see the correct card now. QB? Okay. Never punished. What? Alright, okay. We'll go from our hand into a time. We'll draw. Then we'll gain plus 3,000 DP. Yeah. App fuse into globe. Use the effects from Digivolutions. We'll go Dugotch, I guess. Oh, that could get rid of me. Oh, no. It just turns me back into a Gachamon. Yeah, slightly awkward. Was not anticipating hitting a security threat. So they should have pretty much enough memory and all of the cards that they need to OTK me from here. Is that what we're about to witness? Is just losing to the reverse OTK? Because why bother actually trying to interact with the opponent when you could just straight up kill them? Although they're running the exaggerated OTK, so we'll see what actually happens. Okay, the Sakuya gets to play the plugin. That deletes my Digimon. Give it reboot. Oh, unfortunate. Gaia insecurity. And then swing 2 checks. Big Bang Punch. Haru. I want to take the god. Oh, I guess I do. Is main mode on suspend? No. Any Omio Jutsus set up? Nope. Okay. I think this is going to be the reverse OTK. Very much could be. I mean, I'm about to do a big power play here. Let's go from Digivolution source. Then we'll de-Digivolve you. And delete. And link. Yep. Yep. That is exactly how I thought that would go. So we just reverse OTK. Easy. Like, just get rid of their Digimon and then they just can't do anything. That's why, like, a lot of stack-based decks also kind of just feel like the need to OTK. Is because, like, you lose your one stack and the game's kind of over half the time. Even though, like, they've been designing cards to try to handle that specific issue, they just haven't exactly handled it very, I don't want to say, like, wisely or properly. I just don't think that they thought about how we actually would use specific cards that were designed to handle that issue. I mean, this is okay. It's not the greatest. It has no search, but I do have my 2 tamers, which are both very important. Although this is going to be a very rough matchup. I don't really leave things on the field for Medieval to be effective. So drawing an app link actually was pretty big here. Second Gaiamon's a little unnecessary. We're taking Tweet. I mean, I'm not going to be able to, like, OTK them. So how big does this get? So with one Airy, does this have barrier? It does have barrier, so it's not like I could even realistically punch over it. Okay. So we're just going to hard play this Haru since we don't really have that much to do, and we're just going to hard play the Tweet to get a draw. Ooh, Big Bang Punch is good. And then he's going to play his Tamer for free. Hey, look at that. And then he's going to play a Digimon to kill mine. A 0 cost Alpha Oryuken. Pass? Yeah. Karis. I would love to punish this Alpha Oryuken right now, but unfortunately I can't. Probably could. Probably could have. Little mad, I probably could have. So mad I could have. And then this will gain 1 memory. We'll just app fuse. Oh, I should have raided. And then are you going to take the 2 checks or... What are you thinking, buddy? You obviously have something in your hand. Yeah, this is the fucked up card. Like, this is the penultimate defensive card in the game. Like, this card is single-handedly making Royal Knights as good as it is, because I think, like, Omnimon X Antibody is just fine as a powerhouse card, even without this card. Oh, he was just debating about blocking. Of course, he gets to play another Cool Boy. Okay, now what are you thinking? Another Cool Boy. I was almost debating about using this app link, but I think maybe I have to use it as like a game finisher. I'm debating if I let this go. I don't think I do. Because I'm debating either setting up another Airy or just Globe to get rid of the Jessamon. Because there's only 2 Royal Knights under here right now. So I don't think he's able to deal 5 damage if he just hard plays an Omnimon here. He might. I think I still have to get rid of it, which is unfortunate. I really wanted to set up the second Airy. But I think, like, depending on how things go next turn... does this straight up remove my Digimon? Or is he just trying to last Guardian to keep it alive? A Big Bang Punch is good. Ooh, Haru can be really good. Yeah, so he had to Omnimon here, otherwise his Digimon would be deleted. Okay, that's just kind of annoying. Sure, we'll just play Interaction Soup here. Do I actually need to use this? Probably not. Yeah, I don't think I need to use those. Because now you get to decide if you want to block. And then you could use Last Guardian to save yourself. So he's very much planning an Omnimon turn next turn. So I guess the big question is, which one sees me more cards? So probably set up Promo Haru. Either that or set up App Link, and then I could link for free into something. Because I need to save the Big Bang Punches, and I also need to save the second Globe, I guess. Because now we have to... He might have some bad internet. Yeah, that's true. Like, right now, he's just hanging on the decision of Last Guardian. Like, he already used one, and then it's just like, do you want to use another one? So, as far as my playline goes, does he have another... He does have another Omnimon. He has 2 more Omnimons in trash. So, when your security stack is removed by suspending this Digimon, play one Omekamon from its Digivolution source on play if you have one or fewer cards. Yeah, so I won't be able to, like... Oh, he popped both of them this turn. Crazy. So that means this Omnimon's going to go away. So what does that mean for me? This Digimon may Digivolve into an Omnimon X in the hand, ignoring the Digivolution requirements. I really wish I had, like, another Digimon on the field, so that way I could just be like, okay, I'm going to de-Digivolve and then get rid of it. So I think the correct play here is Haru. Haru, search. Didn't find what I'm looking for, but I found the other rookie. And then I just have to try to survive an Omnimon turn. So maybe I set up an app link. No, I don't really need to do that. I think it is just set up an area or another Big Bang Punch. I think Big Bang Punch just to give as little memory as possible. But, like, the difference between 1 and 2 in this matchup, I don't know if it's that large. Because this Omnimon is going to be going away. And then he's just going to play out an Omnimon. And then Omnimon plays out 1, 2, 3, 4, plus the Omnimon himself. He's got aces, so those are liabilities. So, yeah, maybe I do have to Big Bang Punch to try to see if I have something to just dummy link with. And then I'm forced to use app link here. No. There. We'll just make myself as big as possible. I don't exactly like it, but I don't think I have any other choice in this situation. Yeah, I 100% saw that move coming. 100%. Was that literally not the play line I was, like, foretelling? So the big question is he going to try to delete my Digimon, or is he going to Yggdrasil here? Because I think the correct answer is he's going to have to kill his Yggdrasil. Oh, well, I guess I just lose then. Okay, cool. I guess I just lose then. Fucking Omnimon deck. Like, or Royal Knights deck. I swear. That deck is so toxic and cancerous in terms of control style. Like, it's not even a control deck. Like, it's an OTK deck that just so happens to control. Like, that's all, like, control in Digimon actually is. It's just a different... It's a slower take on OTK. Like, and sometimes it just makes matches feel even worse because you feel like you had a chance and then it's just like, oh yeah, Omekamon, haha, get Mirror Forced, idiot. Or, oh, here's Omnimon after 5, or technically you could kill off of 3 Royal Knights. From 5 security, you could technically kill off 3 Royal Knights. That's just like, what? Excuse me? I hate both of these options. I guess it's just gossip for the safety. I believe you called them clock decks. Yes. They are 100% clock decks. They tick down until you are defeated due to their own ticking mechanic. It's just I guess, like, my big problem, more specifically with how Royal Knights works is they have way more ways to accelerate the clock, and their effects do just infathomably more than what they were initially designed for, and Bandai knows it, and it still just kind of pisses me off on how, like, absurd and unchecked they made that deck. And they hit the correct card. But, like, obviously the deck is still insane, even with the correct card getting hit. Like, honestly, Omekamon just needs to fucking go. That card's awful. Like, and you could say, oh, but Omekamon's, like, the best defensive card we have in the entire game. And I'm just like, yeah, but when has defense ever been a priority in Digimon? Like, yes, it's the best defensive card, but to an unhealthy and toxic level that everything needs to now be exactly the same thing as Omekamon, or it's not going to see any play. I'll just chip at security. I'll play a no, I could just do a Big Bang Punch. I could still not commit. Like, if he's not committing, I'm not committing. I have the tech and tools to constantly choke him at 1, so I might as well do that. Okay, maybe I ran out of tools to choke him at 1. So I at least need to play Airy here. At least. Like, I don't think I could give him enough memory for a Haru, but I need to at least Airy. So I'll set up a second Haru. Just for some more searches and more choking. So we're just one card off of our sit here, do nothing, and draw into our combo pieces. I just hope that my searches were better than his searches. And I'm still one globe away. So they are going to commit, and they are raising out. Can this deck OTK me? Like, can this deck actually just deal 4 damage? Or, I guess, 5 damage? I think it is worse. At least other games that getting OTK'd usually means the end in 5 minutes. Playing a whole game to realize it was meaningless feels really bad. Yeah, that's why most decks don't like clock decks, and most decks, or like most other games, don't use clock mechanics. So like Yu-Gi-Oh had, let's just say, Final Countdown. 20 turns. 20 turns! That, and with no way to actually accelerate it. So, like, that's, like, the classic Yu-Gi-Oh! Clock style. Or Finale as another one, even though Finale can be interacted with. Like, clock decks are kind of just, like, alternate win conditions. Because Digimon can't do alternate win conditions very easily or very well without it just feeling completely stupid and contrived. But yeah, no, clock decks always feel bad. Where the heck is my globe? And why is this not triggering when I link a Navi social or tool? Is that not what I did? Is this not a Navi social or tool? There we go. Am I raiding here? Oh, he can't be affected by D-Digivolves. Ah. Yeah, I just opened myself to get completely Alphamon Oryuken. I goobed that up real hard. Okay, yeah, I gooped that real hard. I was not paying attention to his effects. I didn't see he used Grade to be immune. I was in a little tirade. But yeah, no, that's why a lot of like other like clock style decks for other games are alternate win conditions. Usually it's very telegraphed, like Hour of Devastation as an example. That's like the clock style deck for Magic the Gathering, where there's a very clear thing that's ticking down until the inevitable defeat. And usually those are the types of decks players tend to find interesting when it comes to alternate win conditions, but they also find them incredibly frustrating because one of two things happens. Either A, the alternate win condition is too quick, too good, and it's one of the best things to do in the game, and then the entire game has to warp around it, or B, it's completely unplayable, just like what we see with Doom Clock, and it's not fun or engaging to play, or the game doesn't actually let something like that be anywhere remotely viable. Once again, John Bandai with the can't... No, so that's... It's not that it can't be de-digivolved, it's that it's completely immune to all effects. Like, it's immune to all Digimon effects. Correction. It's not immune to all effects. So that was me just hardcore misplaying, and I was better off literally just waiting to try to find Globe, because I needed Globe to do my whole thing, and then it wouldn't have mattered if he Alphamon or Ryukin aced. He was just going... His stuff was not going to last. So I'm setting up these two over searching because next turn I'll potentially have more memory to search. Yeah, there's actually, outside of just this Digimon is not, like, this Digimon is omni-protected against other Digimon effects, there's not that many anti-de-digivolve. Like, it's literally... as of right now, Icemon, like the new Icemon promo, and like Metal Greymon, and that's like the bulk of it. Like, there's not really that much anti-de-digivolve. A fucking course. Alright, whatever. Oh, I can't even use this. I have to link with the bad card. What? Oh, and I have to, I forgot I had too many Tamers on the field because this card's awful. Why can't this just always play out a Haru? There's technically a Destromon. Yeah, Destromon can do it too. I've been messing, like, I've been not paying attention to these games at all. And I've been, like, messing up left and right. Which adventures is this? Okay, so this is adventure with medieval. I could rock it. Manakimon for Pulsemon gives D-Digivolve protection. Yeah, it's a very, very not used mechanic. Like, it's just easier for Bandai to just say, this Digimon's completely immune to Digimon effects, rather than specifically... Like, there's more Omni protections than there are D-Digivolution protections. And, like, Bandai's also... I don't know if they know how strong D-Digivolve is, or they probably just don't care at this point. Like, that's the vibe that I've been getting from, like, the card design that's been coming out, is they just don't give a fuck anymore. Like, they obviously want to try to have a well-balanced game, but I think that they also realized it's, like, borderline impossible. Because they don't want to put the effort towards it. Either that or Big Papa Bandai, rather than Little Digimon Card Game over in the corner, Big Papa Bandai won't let them do it. One of the two. Because, like, there's no reason for Bandai card games to become really unhealthy really quickly. And, like, it's not a pattern that's new or exclusive to just Digimon. You look at Dragon Ball Fusion, or Dragon Ball Super Masters, and that game grew incredibly toxic by set 9. One Piece got incredibly toxic recently as well, which is what forced them to want to try rotation. And Bandai knows if they try a rotation with Digimon, then the community will revolt. But, like, yeah, it usually, within the first 2 years, Bandai does something to really fuck up the card balance, and it only gets progressively worse from there. It's like a normal Bandai trend. Oh, this is a borderline unwinnable matchup. Yeah, this matchup is, like, borderline unwinnable. Like, so the big thing with me is, like, why the fuck do you hatch and then use its ability, like, immediately? Like, I get it, it's the start of main, but I feel like the breeding effect should be at the end of the turn. No. This whole bit is, like, really fucked up. I don't even know why I'm entertaining this matchup. Like, I really don't. This matchup is borderline unwinnable. I can't think of a better word for it. To not trigger the moments it hatches. Yeah, I think like just the timing and conditioning on it is like, so I think, okay, I think at the end of the turn would be more appropriate, so that way at the beginning of your turn you don't get immediate instant benefits. That would have slowed the card down immensely, so that way you hatch it and then you don't get access to that additional ability that you just magically pulled out of your ass. So I think like they should have changed the wording to at the end of the turn. So that way going into your next turn, then you have the properly allocated resources that you should have had if you were initially trying to actually like slow the deck down in a way. So that way, like, sure, your first turn, you're still adding the card underneath, so you're still removing 2 out of your 4 eggs, like, in one go. But this way, it at least lets you, lets it be a little bit slower. So, like, it's small things like that where I reasonably don't think Bandai even put a iota's thought into how to balance and design some of their cards. Like, sure, they probably thought in BT13, like, oh, yeah, maybe that's accelerating Royal Knights too quickly, or that probably wasn't even a thought in terms of, like, is this a good, healthy acceleration? No, I think it would, the only way would be at the end of the opponent's turn. That would be a better timing. That legitimately, because there's no way to interact with, well, so it doesn't really matter, per se, if it's at the end of your turn or at the end of the opponent's turn. I guess, like, at the end of your turn, just from, like, a player perspective, would be easier to keep track of than at the end of the opponent's. But I guess at the end of the opponent's would give, like, the illusion that you're doing something on their turn. And that, like, what you did mattered. So, like, maybe that's correct? Oh, are they just gonna go full Unga Bunga here? Or are they just going to stop here? I kind of hope they stop there. No, god, fuck. And I just have the floodgate for it. Why? Why must you do this to me? And then they discard the level 3 that they then revive. They do know the majority of my shit just digivolves, right? Like, I don't, and it's already super cheap. I don't care about this. Oh, of course it has Rush. Ouchies. I'm just literally, like, super extra bricked up. Does this have removal on it? Yeah, it does, of course. I think I'm just dead here. Okay, cool. So we should probably start deleting decks because there's too many unplayable decks in my queue. So, Adventures is probably unplayable. This is probably unplayable. Ghosts is unplayable. The Hoodie experiments are probably unplayable. Is this actual Hoodie? Yeah, this is like an actual Hoodie deck. I don't know why I have Puppetmon in here. I also don't know why I have Eater Legion. Oh, this was Hoodie without Hoodie. Right. This is probably unplayable. Like, not fast enough and it leaves bodies on the field. Cross might be playable. I don't know if this is playable in this current environment. I don't think it is. Like, it's got a lot of cool floodgates, but, like, the floodgates just die super easily. Plus, I think, like, the awkwardness of the tamers kind of doesn't help. Might be able to, edit Imperial. Imperial has to be, like, more floodgatey. This probably needs a hidden. Probably needs an HPD. Do we need DP? Probably. Because this is a virus and not a free. Oh, but isn't the DP one broken? No, is it the draw one that's broken, or is it the DP one that's broken on the sim? I can't remember. Because these do almost basically the same thing. You just need a little bit of DP. Do we put one more fighter mode in? Because these search for Imperial in name or free. So those are fine. If you don't, probably OTK right now. Yeah, so, like, you, between the floodgates of Pyildramon and fighter mode, like, that's probably good enough, to just, like, absolutely steam the opponent. So maybe the tech one of the extra DNA-er. Here we go. The starter deck. Yeah, and then we got the X antibody and the paladin mode. Alright, we could test out Imperial, I guess. I think Imperial's still good. No, it's just sad that, like, Adventures fell so hard from Grace just because, like, there's a lot of things that just outspeed and mechanically just completely shut it down. Oh, this hand's okay because I have, like, the Davis Ken Wormmon Vmon. Ooh, this is a rough one. Because they could redirect my attack. Well, we have the Davis Ken. So I think we just have to try to ignore them for as long as we possibly can. Although I think because of their Destromon, they do just hard check us. Like if they're able to like get promo Destromon to stick, then they do just hard check us. And then the more of these Vemmons they're able to do and leave on the field unchecked, like the easier their shit becomes. So this is probably going to be a really hard matchup. Plus they have D-Digivolve, which is the best way to get around Partition. Snatchmon. Well, they have their Destromon. So let's find the level 4, please. Nope. Hey. Nailed it. We got there. So I did that for the extra draw. Oh, that's not good. Is that the mem setter? It is. Gosh. Shouldn't have got greedy with that second attack. We're gonna have to take the Lydramon. Should not have gotten greedy with that second attack. Galactimon, your beloved. Empire, do you just play all of the black decks? That's the vibe I've been getting. I'm not saying that's a problem. I'm a filthy blue player. I love blue decks. But, like, right now, I guess, like, part of my big problem is, like, there's no good blue decks, and I feel like that's actually systemically becoming an issue. Because the mechanics of what blue decks do is, like, incredibly important. Yeah, that's the Tamer removal. And then that is Big Daddy Galacti that kills stuff. Yeah, Ragnarok Cannon. Alright, we're not even going to entertain this. Losing the Tamer's already, like, game over. I probably could have, like, hard played something and maybe tried to fight back, but losing the Tamer is just too huge of a swing. A lot of your decks are black. You love green decks no matter the format. I'm so sorry for you. Green has had very small pockets where it was playable. I think like the best pocket in which green was playable was BT11. That was probably the best green has been, and that's because green really hard checked with Grandis. It really hard checked Black War Greymon. Like, really hard. I hate running into, like, I load up a new deck and I find, like, the immediate hard counter. Like, that's kind of obnoxious. Like, straight up. Yeah, we're not even gonna entertain that hand. It's playable, I guess. I have everything but the additional rookie and level 4 and 5. We'll go here. All right. Rookie acquired. So I do using this one because it has jamming. You do love protection, and black often has the most of it. Protection right now is kind of just scattered everywhere. Like, it's more de-digivolve. Like, de-digivolve right now, it just feels like black is literally in part of everything. Oh, this is probably a free matchup. Like, this is probably legitimately easy. Like, their deck really doesn't do a whole lot. I mean, like, Ghosts does. It's just it can't kill. Like, it has a hard time killing. Oh, they're gonna execute? So they get to keep turn by executing. So they get to gain a memory, go back to 1, and then they get to play out off of the ghost a level 4. So play out the Bakemon, and then add the Fant back into your hand. And then what, just Digivolve again? No. Analog. Grab the Dulon, and then those go into the trash, which is whatever. Yeah, unfortunately, I gotta give at least 2 memory. We'll just dig. No, protection is, like, incredibly important right now. Because, like, it feels like literally everything has it, or everything's killing you the second they do anything. And, like, I guess the big thing is that what people actually want out of a TCG? Do they want games to just magically end? Like, without very much rhyme or reason. It's just like, yep, I found all my combo pieces, here's my combo, dead. Like, is that a gameplay, like, that people actually actively want? Well, I have 2 options here. Yeah, the funny thing is, the second I get into this fighter mode, I think the game is pretty much over. And then they get to play, what? Bakemon to delete a rookie or something? What are we doing here? Oh no, we're digging more. Western players hate that shit. Oh, cute. You get to keep turn here, and then you get a Digivolve, reducing the cost by 2. So you get to go into a new Bakemon. That's going to kill one of my Digimon by killing itself, and then it gets to gain another memory. Oh, that's funny. End of turn procedures triggered, so that way it gets bounced back into my hand. That's hilarious. Yeah, so like I guess the big thing is like combo, like how gross is combo actually? Like that's the I guess that's the bigger question, because like Digimon is turned into basically a game about combos. So how gross is actual combo? Wow, I cannot find... Never mind, I found it. Yeah, since there's nothing to source strip here, I'm not even going to waste my time doing extra no clicks. Get suspended. I do have piercing, right? Yes, piercing jamming. Ooh, that's a really good card to draw. Yeah, we'll take away some extra memory. Okay, so this can actually go on top of fighter mode. That's hilarious. So if he evolves by effect, then I could just fighter mode here. So far, no retail. He already had enough of these to where that doesn't matter. How much memory is he going to gain back? He's only going to gain back 2. And then he gets to, what, delete these? And then he gets to get free Evos here. So I kind of wish I had the ability to just go up. Like, if I went into this fighter mode right now, then all of this would have just stopped, which is unfortunate that I wasn't able to do it. Like, unfortunately, I was just a tiny bit memory shy because I had to play that extra rookie. Otherwise, I would have gone up into this fighter mode and then none of this would have happened. Is this the good one or the bad one? That's the good one. Yeah, but now that I have 2 Davison Kens, I have 1 Vmon. I have 2 Vmons. Okay, so I can still just rebuild incredibly quickly. Probably blow out his field, end in a paladin mode. Ideally. Add the Dualahan back to the hand. So that way it doesn't stay in the trash, which is going to be going bye-bye. No. Do I need a blue card? That's the question. It does get me an extra body, but let's hold off. So we're going to play a Veemon and Wormmon. Ooh. Yummy. Oh, it sucks that I'm losing the hidden potential, though. Alright, now we Digivolve here. Since this part doesn't matter. Yeah, I think also because there's no aces in here, I literally have zero reason to fear for basically ignoring their fields. Like, I don't actually have to engage with them. I don't know what I'm, like, wasting my time thinking about. Do I have another DNA? That's the question. I don't think I do. So I'm forced to use this one, but that's fine. Well, now I found the DNA. And then that's just game. Okay. Yeah, I figured because their damage output was so low that I was nowhere in any danger or risk. This hand's okay. I think combo decks being gross depends on how consistent and viable the combo is, and how uninteractive the combo deck is. Both while comboing and after finishing the combo. That's probably a fair assessment. Combo decks feel shittier in games like Digimon and Pokemon because they don't really have interrupts to halt the opponent from just getting blown out. I mean, there are interrupts. It's just the interrupt tech is so limited for, at least like for Digimon, the interrupt tech is so limited. We're just going to take the Wormmon because that's the one card combo starter. I should have probably took the Paladin mode, but I don't know what my opponent is playing. Which I think is fair. Oh no, a Digimon Emperor. Whatever will I do? It's not like I can just Digivolve in Raising. Oh, boo-hoo. I mean, I guess technically it kind of slowed me down. I don't have the DNAs yet. Okay, we solved the mystery. It is the Genkus. Funny enough, if they had a bad attack Funny enough, if they had the bad Necro, it would have had to first before you could OTK. Oh, that's pretty good for me. Now I don't need to waste time setting it up. So I know I'm doing a really bad play here by doing that. I should have done the Lydramon, but I kind of feel like I need the Lydramon. It's a little too important. So now they kind of just get to walk all over me. Crimson Blaze to stall for a turn? Sure. I'll just play a Tamer again. Like, that really does not matter. A little annoying? Sure. But as you could see with my hand, does not matter. At all. So I get 2 more draws, essentially, because of that. So I get 1 more draw, play the Tamer, pass, and then I get another draw. Oh no, a second Digimon Emperor that currently is doing absolutely nothing. Ooh, that's a good one. Here, have 1 memory. You're probably in a worse position now. Yeah, I think, like, combo decks are... I think combo decks are generally unhealthy in a lot of games. Like, thinking about, like, the MTG aspect of it, like, do players really and wholeheartedly enjoy playing against Storm? No, players are doing it because it's toxic and degenerate and it wins games, and that's why they're doing it. Oh, that's annoying. Blue, green. What's this card doing? All turns, de-digivolve. Okay. Yeah, let's go ahead and throw this one out. Yeah, so I am going to have to burn this Lydramon. I'm just debating. No, I don't think I HPD here. I probably could have used my memory a little bit more efficiently. Now I DNA. We're just clicking on through. All right. Oh. So do I just clean field here? I think I do. Because I don't have jamming currently. So I'll just use this opportunity to draw cards. So I could Digivolve for 1 on here. Yeah. Because this is end of turn DNA. We'll just be as memory efficient as possible. For the idiocy, that was the last turn of not being memory efficient. Or I guess technically that's this turn. Don't mind me, we're just Pyildring away. Now this does have jamming. How much does this cost? 2? Oh no, a digital gate open. Now how do I end this turn? Oh, perfect. I was unfortunately like one damage off, which I could have been risky and killed him right then and there. But reasonably, they should not be able to do anything in this position. So I did have the damage output to just straight up kill them, and I chose not to. So they can't play Digimon by effects. They can't suspend. They can't unsuspend their Digimon. If they Digivolve by effect, then I get to counter Digivolve into another fighter mode. An Omekamon! What is this? Royal Knights? I think I got him. Oh, what? Did he debate me? I think I got debated. Now I have to click through all of this all over again. If I was my opponent, I would have just scooped. Like, my turns are taking incredibly long. Granted, I have a lot of triggers that I have to click through. But this is the most inevitable outcome I could have even remotely thought possible. Now we get a strip and gain the memory. Goodbye. I mean, granted, he already got the effect he wanted off his Omnimon. Yeah. I'm like, dude, there's no point. 0 point in letting me click through all of that. So that wasn't too bad. I mean, like, yes, the clicking was a lot. But in terms of, like, how the match progressed, it didn't seem too bad. We're definitely mulliganing. Ew, gross. This is not a good starter. Bees. Some royal bees. Ooh, that's a good Wormmon to start with. So I need this Stingmon. And then hopefully next turn I draw into an XVmon, and then we're good to go. Is this the double cost reduction? Yeah. Ugh, free Evo. Gross. Do the 5s kill? Ah, unfortunate. No DNA. That's sad. So now he's gonna, what, Tiger Vesp me here? Another Cannon Bee. Or is he gonna Queen Bee? Like, this is the turn you go into a 6 and out my rookie, I guess. There's no way you reasonably attack. I mean, you could. It's not a terrible attack. Until you hit a Davison Ken. But without any additional draw power, the Davison Ken is just a threat. It's not really doing anything. Like, I'm just missing my level 5. Final Zubagon Punch. Just raw dogging a final Zubagon Punch. Just to memory choke? Maybe I shouldn't have played this one out. Yeah, I just wish I had the DNA. So I only Digivolve for the card draw. So right now they don't have the ability to Tiger Vespa and pass, and to like fully use Tiger. Because they get to reduce the Digivolution cost by 1. Oh, they have HPD2. Tyrant. Does this let them... Oh, that's how they're going to play Tiger Vesp for free. So they could keep turn. Nope. I guess they just play another cannon. And then they go into a queen. And then that gets rid of one of these. Ideally, he's going to get rid of this one, because this has end of turn DNA. And this is getting bounced into my hand. Yep. Yep. So I lost 2 rookies in that transaction. I'm just bricking. Holy crap. I don't think that was a hard matchup. I'm just bricking left and right. I gotta choose decks that don't brick. And it's not like there were that bad of cards in my hand. It's just I drew into no DNAs. Which is kind of obnoxious. So we do the classic Veemon into Davis? Or no, do we do just Veemon into Veemon? No, we do Veemon into Davis. I think that's fine right now. A blue Digimon. We are going to be grabbing probably the... He's not really Digivolving by effects very often. So maybe we grab the extra Veemon. And then the green Digimon, probably going to be the Sting. Rocks. Kind of hard to break. Yeah, I could play a little bit of Rocks. I need to put Icemon in and test him. What do we got? Just a lot of nothing right now. Yeah. So we'll end. We'll Digivolve down here. And then we'll hard play a Veemon to try to search for more things. We found a total of nothing. That was really bad. We're still missing on 2 things here. Let's just go ahead and play Rocks. All right. Then let's get rid of this crappy thing. And that's really throwing me off visually. Oh, Icemon's a level 4? I thought it was a prog level. I'm thinking Meteormon then. Yeah, so we just get rid of probably... Something like this, and then we're not running the floodgates. We probably don't need Congos. So that's not what we're afraid of. We'll put 2 of the other OTK pyramids in. And then we don't need these, so we could run more Sunas. Yeah, this has to be like a 3 of. Or maybe a 2 of. I could see this probably being like a 2 of. Maybe not a 3, just because you do need these. Like, those are still very important pieces. So, what else are we doing? Do I run a 3rd of this pyramid, or... Because, like, I'm not super thrilled with any of the level 6s. I could keep the Congos in. I mean, since I guess I have the deck space, I could just throw another one of these in, and then maybe, like, another one of these in. I don't particularly know. I was actually running 4 level 5s. Oh, yeah. I didn't realize he was a level 4. I thought he was Meteormon for a second, because Meteormon is the Gatsumon level 5. The classic turn 1. Maybe I should play, like, a memory boost or something? Oh, God. What fresh... Ah, this matchup is always annoying. It's doable. It's just incredibly annoying. I really want to take the close, but I know the prog's a little bit more valuable. I think I will take this check. One day I see a funny Digimon TCG matchup. I mean, not all of them are, like, terrible. Like, I thought there was maybe 1 or 2 good games. Like, that wasn't, like, complete, utter, like, waffle stomps, bricks, or blowouts. Like, I guess I don't even know what real good Digimon looks like anymore, considering my overall perception of the game on where the current meta dynamic is not necessarily the most positive. I think the game has a lot to improve on. Oh, dope. Do I just go now? Like, do I literally just go? I think I do. I guess this to Digivolution source, the rest to the bottom. Then we'll use that one memory we just gained. Oh, I probably should have waited one more turn. So if I Digivolve here, I get a trash 3 Digivolution source, so I gain 2 memory back. And then I get a place. Yeah, so he's going to try using this to stun lock me. So if I use this... So maybe I don't commit to the magnetic. I'm just trying to like math the memory. So at the end of my turn, I get to place up to 3. Yeah, I kind of maybe should have waited. We'll see if he has an ace. No. Spiral Mountain's really obnoxious. Unironically, I'm like just that one memory shy. Oh, that kind of just ruins me. We could add these to the bottom, I guess. I'm probably messing this up so bad because I did that. Like, D-Digivolve absolutely ruins me. So, like, this deck is very hard to OTK against. What's really unfortunate is I was one memory off. So, does this then die? Yeah. And then he gets to kill this for free and then move this out. Most Liberator decks, pure versus another Liberator deck are enjoyable matchups. Yeah, so now he's going to stun lock this. Yep. Yeah, I think that one misplay is going to cost me the entire game. Yeah. That one misplay is going to cost me the whole game. I just know it. Not even worth attempting to fight that through. I just know that was going to be an unenjoyable slog as I get absolutely bodied. This is a when moving? Gosh. This card's so insane. Oh, Hoodie's a really bad matchup for this deck, too. I wish this said can't be DP reduced or de-digivolved. Yeah, I do not care about the memory right now. I'll take the extra rookie and add it to my hand. And we will throw these to the bottom of the deck. We will kill his Digimon. Use the effect. Put it back in. Swing into security. And then we could try to set up something again. So DP minus is more of a problem for rocks and minerals than bounce. I mean, they're both pretty bad. You're going to get so much Time Stranger stuff this year. Or for the new year. That's good. I mean, Time Stranger's a fun game, and the set doesn't look awful. Happy New Year from Europe. Hey, Happy New Year. I don't exactly know how much longer I'm going to be streaming, because I supposedly have a New Year's party I'm going to be going to. I still need to eat dinner. I haven't done that. I gotta scour the fridge to see what even are the leftovers that would be palatable for... Oh, I guess they disconnected. Or I disconnected. Somebody disconnected. This hand kind of sucks. Like, I mean, I have my 3. I have my 3, 4, and 5, so it's like, it's not the worst. It's just not what I want. Ideally, what I want would be to draw into a second level 3. Oh, blue hybrids. Okay. That's a good draw. I'll just take that. I mean, I'll just do that. It's probably fine. So what does this card do? By placing a level 4 or lower rock or snow from our hand or trash as this Digimon's bottom Digivolution source, until the end there can't return one of our ice and snow. Yeah, I mean, I know technically this is solving all of the problems, because DP deletion technically would trigger fragment. Oh no. 1 additional security. What are they planning on doing then? So they're going to swing, get a card draw, hope to live. Oh, they have jamming? Oh yeah, because they got jamming from here. So, not hope to live, actually live, and then set up a second tamer in the back. Honestly, I have reboot, right? No, it's just collision piercing. Do I just hold this up as a blocker? Maybe I do. So by trashing 3, we get a place. Yeah, so maybe I do just hold this up. So I punch here and then I just digivolve and then hold it up as a blocker. We'll just gain the memory. Don't mind if I do. And then it's just 1 more memory, right? How bad could it be?
How bad could I possibly be?
1, 2, 3. One, two, three. I don't know. This seems pretty okay. I gotta kind of deny him a card draw here. Unless he, like, has anti-redirect or, like, anti-block. Adding something back. Add the Jet Sylphie back. I mean, I could slow roll it. Like, as long as I'm able to stick a Ukomon or something, I literally can just slow roll it. So this right now can't be bounced. So that's why I felt it was fine having this be left out. Back up to 5, so we lost 1. So is he just going to do the same loop again? No, he could draw. I can keep that at bay. Hard play a Koichi. I mean, sure. So we will do memory, de-digivolve, delete. Yeah. So, does he have anything he's planning? Because I could just honestly slow roll him. I don't see a reason not to. Like, just play it cautiously. We're gonna add this to hand. And then we're going to put the rest on the top. So that way I'm guaranteed to see them. And then we're gonna add more to my sources. And now I have 2 blockers. So I guess like this is kind of where I'm thinking like just how slow this deck is now doesn't really let it be viable. Like this is kind of just proving to me like why blue hybrids kind of just straight up died out. Is because like there's no inherent degenerate looping of card effects. You're just trying to get some insane value off of what few things are happening. I guess we'll just add this to my hand. Like, I knew as long as I kept a body out, like, this really didn't mean anything. So, unfortunately, the Digimon's going to get deleted before I'm able to de-digivolve it. Which I guess is fine. So he gets to play out a Tamer. Not that it is going to matter. Yeah. Oh no! I actually needed that. I actually needed that. So now he's got a mem setter. So do I just do a mem setter and then just hard play another Digimon? Like an Ukomon or something? So I could Uko? No. I think like there's no good math. Actually there is. There's good math. So I could Suna Riza. No, there's not really good math. No, I don't. Oh, yeah. I just swing and I burn the last one, right? Yeah, I guess I didn't need it. I lied. There. I'm like, wait. I was like thinking about some awkward plays, but yeah. I think at 7:30 I'll probably call it, so I maybe have like 1 or 2 more games left in me. Because I really do gotta eat and then like get going. This is an okay hand. It's not like fantastic, but it's fine. I'm gonna Suna into land, and then next turn I could Emblem into close. So this is just efficiency on card draw. And then, yeah, now that I have Emblem and close with Prague, I'm pretty well set up. Puppets is annoying, but because I have de-digivolve, and if they don't have de-digivolve protection, I can pretty easily deal with them. Eating before a party, is there no free food? Didn't ask, and we're doing stuff tomorrow anyway. It's not necessarily like a party, it's more of just like a hangout. All right, so this is my turn 2. So turn 3, I might not be able to OTK, but I probably am going to be in such a dominant position that I'm most likely going to end up just winning the game. Oh no, they get to play a Tamer. What does this Tamer do? When one of your puppets digivolves, you get to gain a memory. And then what does this one do? When any of your tokens... Oh, this just plays a level 3. Okay. So I just go ham here, right? Like, there's no reason not to. Like, it's not going to be insanely powerful to just kill them, but it's probably going to be good enough to win the game on the spot. 2 Digivolutions. And then we can... I think I just need to look for more rookies. So we're going to start off by de-digivolving his Digimon first. Because I don't think they have any good plays for this. And then that lets him recycle a piece. Yeah, so, like, I think this is part of the problem here in terms of, like, trying to figure out a good way to add defense into the game is because, like, if that interaction right here was too powerful, then I just lose doing my own thing, and then that doesn't feel very good. So I think, like, that's a very specific and particular instance where it's going to be very hard to figure out good and healthy ways to add meaningful interaction to Digimon. Oh, that's kind of annoying, actually. Minus 4K. Oh, but I only have de-digivolve. Yeah, I have to do that. Not what I wanted. That security was cracked. I mean, it wasn't, like, super impressive. Like, he just had a security... He had a singular security effect that was somewhat meaningful. So, he gets another Digivolution here. But, like, don't I still just walk all over him? Because he wasn't able to, like, make a token or something to have his Digimon be killed? Does this play something out immediately? No, it does not. So he has to hard play something, and this doesn't have overclock. Yeah, so I attack. I add 3, unsuspend, trash 3, remove his blocker. Are any of these blockers outside of it? No. Is this a blocker natively? I don't think so. So yeah, I swing. I use the effect to unsuspend, add 3. Then trash 3. And then delete. I wish I could just choose to delete nothing. That would be nice. Because no matter what, I'm going to be triggering this effect. So I guess it doesn't really matter what I try to delete. Oh, because I'm turn player. I get a... Yeah, I'm like... Because I'm turn player. I just de-digivolve the Digimon and then it just goes through. Because their effects would trigger at the same time as mine. So, yeah. Okay. Well, that's a little bit of rocks and minerals. I think I need to work on the build. I don't know exactly how I want to play rocks and minerals because of Icemon. Maybe the deck wants more card draw, so maybe like remove a pyramid and put in like a memory boost or something. I do think 3 of this guy is probably good enough because you realistically only need to see him once per game. Bye. You only need to trigger him like once per game usually, just to try to stop the opponent from being able to interact with Magnetic in a meaningful way. Because like the idea behind Icemon is it forces the fragment ability. Outside of obviously being put into security or underneath a tamer or something stupid. So maybe just a little bit more card draw would be helpful somewhere. Because I'm not necessarily missing the trash one, like the instant blocker. I mean, like, it's nice. But I think, like, the highs of this card is just better. So maybe like a memory boost or something would be fine to be added into here. Because we're already maxed out on trainings. We don't really need scrambles. Because like I'm still just dedicated to the OTK. And like I do like the double variant on OTKing with Pyramid or OTKing with Magnetic. I really think Icemon is a 2 of because realistically you only need him once to win. Yeah, so the idea behind a 3 of, maybe you are right and he is a 2 of. And then probably put in like what, a second memory boost or something. But the idea behind a 3 of is 3 ofs generally you will see once per game, statistically. Again, realistically, they don't always pan out that way. But statistically, you'll see a 3 of on average once per game. But I do think, like, again, in specific matchups, maybe Icemon is a little bit less valuable. But I do think, like, his ability is, like, actually all kinds of insane. And then it just natively gives you blocker instead of like temporary having blocker. I think the only thing the deck, in case it doesn't kill, really would like is reboot or something, but I don't know. I gotta play around with it. Just taking out the bad Sunariza for Icemon, definitely seems like it's just the easiest thing you could possibly do. And the rest of the deck should remain mostly the same. So, I don't know. I gotta play with it a little bit more. But yeah, so that is probably going to be it for today's stream. I know the attention is kind of waning and dying down. So I want to thank everyone for watching on this fine New Year's Day. There's probably a lot more discussion that I wanted to have at the beginning that I think I kind of just got lost in the sauce. So maybe some of those will turn into videos. I don't know. Landromon you removed for Icemon was the source of reboot. Fair. But yeah, so I hope everyone has a fantastic new year. Sorry we can't experience my ball drop, but I'm just happy that you all enjoyed the time that you spent on the stream in terms of like finding some entertainment value. I know there was a little bit of sauce. There was some healthy discussion. There was probably some unhealthy discussion in terms of like where we are. But at the end of the day, I think 2026 is going to be a very interesting year, to say the least. Digimon has a lot to prove in 2026, and let's see if they're able to hold the hype, or if the hype is kind of going to die down and the game is going to shrink as a result. Because I don't necessarily think that Digimon is positioned in the greatest spot from a design standpoint. There's a lot of exciting stuff that we don't know about because obviously we aren't Bandai. We don't know everything that they have in the works. Dual cards are going to be a thing. Time Strangers is going to be a thing. If they don't do anything about the competitive environment and seeing how that develops, that's going to definitely be a thing. Because it feels like competitive Digimon, while as unhealthy as it is, it's like the only actual thing holding Digimon together. And like, I don't know. But I feel like Digimon is definitely in an interesting spot, and I'm looking forward to seeing how it's going to progress for the good and the bad. And hopefully you'll be there with me along for this ride and journey. So have a great night. Enjoy whatever parties and festivities everyone is going to be having. And I hope to see you all next year. Later.